That's great because we have some national forests there. But 87% of the land in the state of Nevada is owned by the federal government. The vast majority of that land is Bureau of Land Management. We have some beautiful conservation areas, one called Red Rock, where over 1 million people visit that every year. It's closed. So opening the Park Service doesn't help a place 8 or 9 miles out of Las Vegas, where 1 million people come to visit. They come there to do that. Some of the best rock climbing in the world is there. These are ordinary Americans who haven't been treated very well during the last several years by the Republicans anyway. No pay raises. They treat federal employees like they are a lower class of worker than other people. Now remember, federal workers work really hard. The presiding officer works hard. All 8 million federal employees work hard. There are exceptions, just like every place else. But I met 2 people yesterday. This hurts. Federal employees not being able to work hurts others. Lockheed announced today they're laying off 3,000 people. They can't get inspections done. I was with someone yesterday evening from U.S. Air. They cannot take custody of a $180 million airplane, brand new airplane. It's just sitting there. They can't take custody of that airplane. Why? Because they need a final inspection. Now this is all through America. The federal government is involved in aspects of life that everyone has here in America. Food inspectors, inspectors for making sure it's safety on these $180 million airplane. Lockheed has things they're building. You know, Madam President, some of them are missiles. They have to make sure that they're safe and reliable. One man told me that they must, in the warheads and these nuclear weapons, test them. After they've been here out in service, they just can't leave them there. They need to test them. That time is here there to be tested. The safety and reliability of our nuclear weapons, there's nobody to do it. And now we're saying to the federal employees, we're going to pay you when this is all over with, but right now you just stay home. You 1,000 mathematicians, you 940 PhDs, 2,500 computer scientists working for the National Security Agency, stay home. Watch TV, play chess, whatever you're going to do, because we won't let you work. But look ahead. You're going to get paid. So right now, the absurdity of this, we like federal employees on this side of the aisle. I like federal employees. I look with great satisfaction at someone who works for the FBI or the Park Service. I want them to work. This is really an important time for people to visit our monuments, our national treasures, but they can't do that. So not only does it hurt people who want to go see the Washington Monument up close, but also not in Washington as much, but take the places around our national parks. There are little motels and restaurants that depend on those parks to make a living. And wintertime is coming. And the ability to visit these parks is now very limited. So, Madam President, I've always cared about federal employees. They're doing these jobs. Take people that work for me, and all members of Congress here. I have, as we all do, I have a Rhodes Scholar. She's a lawyer. Madam President, she could go out in the private sector and make 10 times more money than she makes here. Why isn't she doing that? She has 2 children. Why doesn't she do that? Because she cares about public service. I have people who work for me, the graduates of the best schools in America. And they're here because they believe in public policy. They believe in being public servants. And they're being told that they're non-essential. Now, some members of Congress are kind of showing off and say, well, I'm not closing my office. Madam President, I've closed my offices because I don't think my employees should be treated any different than someone that's working for the Bureau of Land Management or the FBI. They're home.
Madam President, the Senator yield for a question.
I would be happy to yield to my distinguished friend, the senior senator from Vermont.
Madam President, the distinguished leader had the opportunity to serve in both bodies. Now listen to what he said about his staff and the other staff. Isn't it his observation that these staff people come here because of a love of this country and a love of this government, and without a doubt they put in extraordinary hours, far more hours than the public might realize? Isn't that a fact?
Madam President, it is so, so true. These men and women, for example, who are in United States attorneys' offices, assistant U.S. attorneys, they don't punch a time clock. They don't bill hours as to how much they can make an hour. They take care of the needs of this country. If there are bad guys out there, they prosecute them. FBI agents, people that work for the U.S. Marshal Service, they serve warrants to some of the most dangerous people in the world. They're home now. They're home. And they're doing those jobs, I say to the distinguished President Pro Tem of the Senate, because they chose public service. And I'll be a little bit personal here, Madam President. I have 4 boys and a girl. My daughter's the oldest. I love my children as only a father could love their children. My daughter's married to a lawyer. She's a school teacher. My 4 boys are all lawyers. My next youngest gave up a job, took a pay cut of $200,000 a year so he could go to work as a city attorney in Henderson, Nevada. That's what public servants are all about. They're not in it for the money. They're not in it for the glory. They're in it because it's the right thing to do. As I look over this office, this chamber we're in, I see 2 of my staff in the back row. I look at one young man who was a graduate of Stanford Law School. It's either the first, second, or third best law school every year in America. Could he go someplace else and make more money? You bet he could. He's an expert. He's an expert in finances, the budget process.
Madam President, would the senator yield for a quick comment?
I would be happy to yield my friend, the senior senator from the great state of Florida.
Madam President, since our leader is a former Capitol policeman, might it be noted that all of this Capitol Police force that is protecting us and protected us the other day with the incident that occurred here, they're still here protecting us and they're not being paid?
Madam President, to my friend, I've given a couple statements the last 2 days about the Capitol Police. But I never brought up the fact that I was a police officer. But I was a police officer here in this building. My badge number is 364. I was an original. I still have it in my office here. I'm proud of that. Now, Madam President, I didn't have to do the dangerous things that these young men and women do here. Some of them aren't so young anymore. They're really senior officers. But I carried a gun, and I did some things that police officers do. And to think, as we look around this room, plainclothes officers here not getting paid. One of the officers was hurt and was hospitalized in that accident. He wasn't getting paid. Now, tell me, I say to anyone that will listen or answer this question, why don't we open the government and let people go to work and do their jobs? Public service is a call. I don't say it's a calling, but some people feel this. I see here, Madam President, Senator from Maine. He and I worked in this building, the Capitol complex. Maybe that's where we developed our love of public service. I don't know where we developed it, but we both have it. Here's a man who has done such remarkable things. He not only worked in the Senate many years ago, he was in the march that we celebrated the 50-year anniversary. He watched Dr. Martin Luther King give this speech from a tree. He loves public service, and he has a career that proves that. This junior senator from the state of Maine is one of the most dignified, experienced senators that this body's ever had. But that's the way it is with everybody. The senator from North Dakota. She's a junior senator from North Dakota. She has dedicated her life to public service. Many elective offices she held in the state of North Dakota. She was tax collector. She was attorney for Kent Conrad when he was tax collector. She was attorney general. She ran for governor, would likely have been elected. She was stricken with breast cancer, but she came back. She came back because public service is in her blood, and she ran against great odds to become a United States Senator, and she is a United States Senator, not for the money, but because she is contributing to the welfare of this country. And we're having these people stay home. I mean, it's hard for me to comprehend. It's been a week since the United States Senate passed a bill to reopen the federal government. A week. For 7 days, the Senate's been waiting for the House of Representatives to act. Now, Madam President, Speaker Boehner has refused to allow the vote on the one bill that he said would reopen the government. Would open the government, keep it open. I mean, it's all over the press the last few days. He came to me, he said, we can do a clean CR. I said, what are the terms of that clean CR? He said, it has to be at this year's level. I said, we can't do that. We passed a budget here, we're $70 billion above that. So we talked and we talked. He said, that's how we can get a clean CR. What does that mean? We can just get it done quickly. So I, as press has indicated, I talked to Senator Murray. She may be small in stature, but she is one tough senator, chairman of the Budget Committee. And I also had to talk to Barbara Mikulski, the senior senator from the state of Maryland. And that wasn't easy, to get those two chairs to agree to do 988. And once we got that done, I had to go to my caucus and sell that. I did it upon the representation that they would pass that and send it over to us. Well, they sure didn't do that. So the bill that we're asking the Speaker to vote on is one he told me he wanted. Now, if an economist that was John McCain's chief economic advisor during his campaign that has the admiration of Democrats and Republicans, what he has said, if the shutdown drags on for 3 weeks, it'll cost the economy $55 billion. How about that one? It's already 1 week. We can all do that math. That cost is on par with the economic damage caused by Superstorm Sandy. So what the House has done with their Alice in Wonderland operation is they've created another Sandy. It could be $55 billion. This is, though not an act of nature, this is a man-made disaster. And it's a disaster waiting to happen for national security. The Tea Party shutdown is hampering our ability to enforce sanctions on Iran, just when they're beginning to really bite hard. The Tea Party shutdown is hurting our ability to gather intelligence. I've talked about that here today. And according to the Chief of Staff of the Army, the Tea Party shutdown is impacting the day-to-day operations of the United States Armed Forces. And if the Chief of the Army isn't enough, how about the Secretary of Defense, who ridiculed what the House is doing? By the way, Secretary Hagel is a Republican. So I know my Republican colleagues are as concerned about the safety and security of the United States as I am. But they need to take a look at themselves and say, are they doing the right thing for the safety and security of our country? I am confident if they thought about it for a minute, they'd like to mitigate the impacts of the shutdown on intelligence gathering and the military and a dozen other government agencies as much as I do. But a piecemeal approach, funding the government bit by bit, is simply not the answer. And saying, we're going to pay you when we reopen this place, that's not the answer. Let them go to work. No matter how many bites Republicans take at the apple, there's only one bill that ensures every federal priority is met: the Senate bill to fully reopen the federal government. Now, Madam President, why are they doing this? The presiding officer is a distinguished attorney from the state of Hawaii. But you don't have to be a distinguished attorney from any place to understand how crazy this is, what they're doing. They're saying, we're not going to do anything until you let us hamper a bill that's already been around for 4 years. Hamper is an understatement. They are not willing to do anything unless they take a big whack with a meat axe on Obamacare. And already, the Obamacare has been open, just the federal website, 9 million hits on that in 4 days. 9 million. The priorities the Republicans have addressed so far, veterans, national parks, National Guard, National Institutes of Health, are worthy. But there are many other needs that will go unmet and priorities that will be ignored without fully reopening the government. Take, for example, this. I haven't heard any speeches here on the floor from my Republican colleagues about 1,300 rape crisis centers who rely on federal funding to support victims in crime. They're losing their ability to stay open. Unless the federal government reopens, organizations that advocate for victims of violence will be forced to close their doors or work without pay, and that's in a matter of a few days. So will House Republicans pass a bill to help them? These people, Madam President, I remember when we didn't have all the domestic shelters we have now. I remember when these women, I did domestic relations work. Oh, how sad. They had no place to go. No place to go. And now they have a few places to go. We have domestic crisis shelters, we have rape crisis centers, but the federal government is the one that supports those. The piecemeal approach of the House indicates that those people that I've just described, their needs would not be met. This is what William Thien, Commander-in-Chief of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Now, I hope everybody here understands this is not some left-wing organization out there demonstrating against Democrats that veterans of foreign wars is what I've described it as, veterans of foreign wars. They try to stay as neutral politically as any organization in America. But here's what he wrote a couple of days ago, quote, "We expect more from our elected leadership and not a piecemeal approach that would use military or disabled veterans as leverage in a political game." That's what he said. He's right. Neither veterans, nor the military, nor hungry infants, or children with cancer should be used as political pawns. They should not be left out in the cold. There's only one bill. It's the bill that Speaker Boehner asked me to get out of this Senate, and we did that. That bill, he needs to allow the House of Representatives to vote. It would pass by a huge margin. That bill would fund all the priorities I've talked about and protect both our economy and our national security. The Senate's clean bill to reopen the government, the one that the Speaker said he wanted me to get out of here. And I did it, and it was not easy. We've been waiting a week, but the Speaker could end this government shutdown before they go home for Sunday. It was the Speaker's intention all along to pass a clean continuing resolution. I believe that. But instead, he was waylaid by this Tea Party-driven nonsense in the House of Representatives. He's even refused to allow a vote on a bill that he proposed. But listen to this. Republican Congressman Charles Dent said last night, I quote, "I do believe it's imperative that we have a clean funding bill to fund the government." That was the intent of the Republican leadership all along. But obviously, there were a few dozen folks in the House Republican Conference who weren't prepared to vote for a clean bill, and that's why we're in the situation we're in right now, close quote. So I say to the Speaker, go with your first instinct. Charlie Dent said it was to pass and fund the government. Here's what one House Republican, his name is Nunes from California, he says the Speaker is taking his orders straight from the junior senator from Texas. Here's what he said. What the next move would be, this is what Congressman Nunes said yesterday, and I quote, "You really have to call Cruz." I'm not even joking about that. That's really what you have to do, because he's the one that set up the strategy. He's the one that got us into this mess, and so we've got to know what the next move is. Close quote. Stop taking orders, I say to my Republican friends in the House, from the Tea Party. All the Speaker has to do is find the courage to defy the Tea Party for the good of our great country.
Madam President.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business for debate only until 4 p.m., with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Madam President.
President Pro Tem is recognized.
Madam President, I thank the distinguished majority leader not only for how he spoke out today, but for the fact that he has stayed strong on this issue. He also spoke about what this is doing to law enforcement as chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to speak further on that, but I couldn't help but think. I was asked by a friend in Vermont, what's going on? I said, well, you know, we had hundreds of hours of committee meetings and votes and all, hours and hours of debate in the House and the Senate, and we passed the Affordable Care Act. Tea Parties who are totally opposed to it, even though it passed the House and the Senate and signed a law by the President. We're opposed to it, they said. And they did two things that they thought would knock it out. One went to a Republican-dominated U.S. Supreme Court and said, let's knock out this law. The Supreme Court said no. They upheld the law. They ran a candidate for President of the United States, well qualified person, but his main thing was he'd get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He lost badly. Now, throughout all this time, and 40 votes to get rid of it, they never say, well, what would we give for an alternative? Most parents like the fact that their children can stay on their insurance while they're in college. Are they going to get rid of that, or do they have something to replace that? Most people like the fact if you have a prior existing condition, you'd had cancer, you'd had a heart condition, something like that, you can still get health care. They want to do away with that. What do they have to replace it? And on and on. Now, 40 votes, a presidential election, a Supreme Court, they lose everywhere. It makes me think of General Custer at Little Bighorn, goes galloping in because he knows he's going to win. Well, they've been handed the same kind of feat that Custer was at Little Bighorn. Except that, and if you've got a better idea on health insurance for America, well, then have the guts to bring it up and vote it up or down. Not the way they're doing it. It's the 5th day of the government shutdown. And what happens, the Republican Tea Party people are threatening the critical functions of all 3 branches of the government. I said I'd speak about what it does to our treatment of the federal judiciary. You know, the last time Republicans refused to pay the bills that we in Congress already incurred, it undermined our nation's credit rating, and for the first time, the United States credit rating, certainly in my lifetime, dropped. It also resulted in what is known as sequestration. The resulting cuts to the federal judiciary, federal judicial branch, not just judges, but the whole judicial branch, has been devastating. And so we have this small handful of ultra-right ideologues are holding the entire federal judicial system hostage. Earlier this year, a group of 87 federal district judges warned that sustained budget cuts have forced us to slash our operations to bone. We believe that our constitutional duties, public safety, and the quality of justice system will be profoundly compromised. Now, thanks to Republican shutdown, according to a letter to all federal courts from Judge John Bates, the director of the administrative office, the judiciary will be only able to remain open for approximately 10 business days into October. Now, the distinguished presiding officer, like myself, had the opportunity to be a prosecutor. You know what happens after these 10 days. Can we bring criminals and terrorists to justice? There's no court to bring them to. How about small businesses and individuals who want to have their claims resolved? No court. Every federal court in the country have to start making decisions about what part of justice is essential and what can be delayed. Here in the United States, where we have the most open, transparent, honest, effective system of justice in the world, we're slamming the doors on everybody, Republicans, Democrats, Independents alike. This coming Monday, first Monday in October, marks the opening of the new term of our Supreme Court. They're going to hear an important case about a worker's right to bring an age discrimination claim. On the second day, we'll hear another significant case about whether there should be any limits on the amount of money wealthy individuals can pump into an election to influence the election. Now, what are they going to do? Are they going to hear further arguments afterward? What about the fact that under Gideon versus Wainwright, we have stated there's a constitutional right for an indigent to be represented? Well, how are they going to be represented? There's no public defender system. Now, we do have, I believe, the greatest justice system in the world. Its cost is less than 1% of the entire federal budget, but we're failing to support it. As Judge Bates said, the damage to American justice will be compounded, hard to recover once the impasse is over. And I ask consent that article be made part of the record.
Without objection.
And I thank the men and women of our judicial branch who stood up on this. But, you know, our courts have been forced to run on fumes too long. They can't run on empty. So we should stop playing games with our co-equal branch of the government. We saw this terrible accident on a bus, people killed NTSB can't even go down and investigate what happened, so it doesn't happen again, because they're closed. I have businesses in Vermont that have invested in their business, prepared to open, and one in particular, and I'll speak about this one later next week. All they need is a certificate, which is going to come from the Department of Agriculture to open it. At this point, they've just invested. Now they can start making money, especially during tourist season. The Department of Agriculture is closed. They can't get the certificate. Right now, Americans seeking help with the Freedom of Information Act find closed for business. National Archives and Records Administration, a critical office which was established in a bipartisan bill, the Leahy-Cornyn Open Government Act, to mediate FOIA disputes. They're not operating. According to several press reports, the Department of Justice has sought stays in several important cases. We're talking about the Patriot Act and so on. Nobody knows where we are. Nobody knows where we are. The National Security Agency, they have a problem in trust. We'll use the FOIA to find out what they're doing, but we all ought to realize they've laid off a lot of the people who are their analysts. Now, we should know whether we're Democrats, Republicans, or Independents. We have an interest in making certain that our government is fulfilling its responsibilities to its citizens. But right now, House Republicans, driven by the Tea Party, are chosen to debate again the nearly 4-year-old Affordable Care Act on a critical spending bill. The act has been upheld by the Supreme Court. The act that was the key issue in a presidential election where the electorate in this country overwhelmingly opposed the person who wanted to do away with it. You know, and here we are saying, well, let's pick and choose what's most important. It's important to that business owner in Vermont, the Department of Agriculture is open. It's important to those who are facing criminal conduct by organized crime that our FBI are open. It's important to those who may have their children riding on a bus that we found out why this other bus accident is that something that's waiting to happen again on a busload of children. But instead we have General Custer riding to Little Bighorn, claiming this is going to be victory. Well, what they're creating is the same thing General Custer saw in Little Bighorn. I ask my full statement to be made part of the record, and I yield the floor.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator from Wyoming.
Madam President, this has been an interesting discussion for the last 37 minutes. It lacks a little bit of preamble. The reason that we're in the situation that we're in now is because Congress didn't do the spending bills when they were supposed to do the spending bills. We have 12 spending bills. There's no reason that we didn't spend 12 weeks doing each, 1 week doing each of those for a period of 12 weeks. It's the second most important job that we have. I think the most important job we have is national defense. But budgeting, spending is the next biggest thing. And if we would have done one bill each week for the 12 weeks that we needed to, and had open amendments on it, there wouldn't have needed to be any of this discussion. Most of the things would have been resolved by now. They would have either won or they would have lost. And that's what happens around here, except we're busy deal making instead of legislating. We don't allow amendments now. When a bill comes up on the floor, there's a discussion between the two leaders to see how limited they can make the amendments. Now, I try to only do relevant amendments. I wouldn't mind if that were the law around here. That's the law in the Wyoming legislature. Whatever the title of the bill is, your amendment has to be relevant to that. It helps to get through a lot of the process in a hurry. But we don't even bring them up. Well, I take that back. The leader did come to the floor and chastise me for forgetting that we had the transportation bill brought up on the floor. Now, we didn't get to do amendments on it, and when we didn't get to do amendments on it, our side said, nuts to finishing that up right now. Now, the leader could have brought it right back again and showed that we were not interested in doing transportation. He talked about us not being interested in transportation, but that was not the case. There were amendments that needed to be done to the transportation bill. Well, that's one bill out of 12. What happened to the other 11? If we would have done the bills timely, we wouldn't be in a continuing resolution. And what's the matter with the government that can't operate like a business and have a pre-plan for what's going to happen if this tragedy does happen? We don't have any plans like that. What we do is stand up and chastise each other for not having planned for what's happening. That's wrong. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be getting our work done in a timely manner. And we should be doing it through legislation, which means allowing amendments on the floor. Yes, I know there are some amendments that I wouldn't want to vote on. There are some amendments the other side wouldn't want to vote on, but that's what we signed on for. You got to vote on the amendments and get the process done. But we're not doing that. And as to the shutdown, I want to share, it actually wound up as a guest editorial from a guy named Bill Johnson, who lives in Pinedale, but he got his guest editorial in the Powell Tribune. It's quite a ways away from there, but he's an old truck driver. And he said he's tired of pulling the load, that it's time for a producer's shutdown. Whoa. He says, and I wouldn't verify his math, but this is the way that he sees it. He sees that there are 11 people taking money out of the pot and thus riding on the wagon. That leaves 9 people paying the taxes into the pot and thus pulling the wagon. A bad ratio indeed. Now, government people will tell you that they pay taxes, but let's not forget that all their wages first come out of the pot. Government people don't create wealth, they spend the wealth. Now, these same government people are enjoying quite a party. We hear them bragging about the following. We have better pensions and wages. We have paid sick days, cheaper medical insurance, free vehicles. We get paid when the government shuts down and we come back to work without having worked. Some states pay $15 an hour on welfare, so why work anyway? They say a state government agency's success is measured by the size of its budget, so there's no incentive to cut a budget. They say if a tax-paying person is successful, it's because the government people have helped him. They ask, how can we raise the tax-paying people's taxes again? We need more money for raises and for Obamacare. Work harder, please. We'll take care of the rules and the regulations. Now, I would ask unanimous consent that his entire article appear in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Okay, so what can we do? Here's his answer. So what can we do? The nonviolent answer is simple. When the time comes, just quit pulling on the wagon. Take a 3-day or a 5-day vacation. Take as long a vacation as the government takes. Of course, that means that farmers won't farm, stores won't open, manufacturers won't manufacture, power plants won't produce power, truckers won't truck, trainmen don't train, pilots don't plane, miners don't mine, marketers don't market, bankers don't bank, groceries don't go, and pipelines don't flow. That's what would happen if we had to shut down to the private sector, the ones that are carrying the load. So this scheduled vacation for our nation's producers, the tax-paying people, still pulling the wagon, ought to be nationwide. Of course, he knows that that'll never happen, but he hopes that people get the picture. It's amusing to listen to all the hoopla about potential government shutdowns. Big deal. Remember the scene in Crocodile Dundee when the would-be robbers pulled a knife? Mr. Dundee says, "That's not a knife. This is a knife." And he pulls out his near machete. That's what a producer's shutdown would look like. This is a way to cut government spending, lower the tax rates, and shove some government people off the wagon. We'd score a few touchdowns and give them a list of people's demands. So that's the view of a trucker in Wyoming, and he gets to think about this a lot as he drives miles and miles of miles and miles. It's a long way between towns. But he is pointing out that our government is being weighted down with a lot of different things, not just people's salaries with growing government. Each one of those adds to the tax need, the tax need for increase. But we're also weighted down with the interest load. And if the interest rate goes up, that wagon load is going to get mired in mud. And the rules and the regulations, he mentions those. Paperwork alone kills jobs. Eliminates people who could pull the wagon. And government growth and benefits adds to the weight of the wagon. So we're in a shutdown. And what's happened? The government has shut down some of its revenue centers. The national parks. People drive through those, but they pay to drive through those. And then there are hotels and restaurants and things that are concessionaires in there. They pay a fee for the right to do that, and they collect money for the federal government. They're not having any customers. It's hard to be a business and not have a customer, but we have forced that on them with supposedly shutting down a revenue center for us. People actually pay for that. The sequester, we made it hurt because there was no pre-planning. Now we have the shutdown, and we're making it hurt with the barricades and closing the national parks and all the other things that got mentioned out here. But it's because of no pre-planning. I have a plan. Incidentally, when we talked about Obamacare and no plan, I had a plan before President Obama became a United States Senator, a 10-step plan that would have done more than the present bill does. I worked with Senators Coburn and Burr on a substitute bill that would have done what the president promised would be in the bill, but it's not in the bill. But there were 60 votes on the other side of the aisle, and with a few special deals, the 60 votes carried the day. And we're stuck with what will be a train wreck. And then we'll get what the Democrats have always wanted, which is single-pay, universal service through the government. But I have a plan for fixing this debt load, pulling the wagon a little easier. It's called the penny plan. Now, originally, when I introduced the penny plan, which is just eliminating 1 penny out of every dollar the federal government spends, it had to work for 7 years in order to balance the budget. Well, 7 years isn't so long as we've been on the uptrend. We need to be on the downtrend. 7 years wouldn't be so bad. But with the sequester, that turns out to be 2 years, and we'd have a balanced budget. I'd hope we'd go a couple more years and pay down some of this debt that we've got. The debt keeps me awake at nights. Now, that's less than a 10% total decrease in what we're spending right now. Businesses have to make that kind of a change sometime in less than a year. And sometimes it's painful the way they have to do it. If we have more time, and 2 years could be quite a bit of time, we ought to be able to plan our way out of that. So let's quit spending. Let's cut up the credit cards. That's the debt limit that we're coming up with. That's the credit cards. And we could allow for a little bit of use of the credit cards as long as there's a plan for how we're not going to need the credit cards anymore. And that would be the penny plan. So I hope you'll all take a look at it. I do feel sorry for the 8 million federal employees that I know work hard.
Time has expired.
That's a lot compared to the ones pulling the wagon. And I'll have some more comments on this later because it is a major crisis, but it didn't need to be a major crisis. I yield the floor.
Madam President?
Senator from Massachusetts.
Yes, I ask unanimous consent to speak up to 15 minutes.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, please proceed.
Madam President, we need to bring
Senator
this-
from Wyoming.
I was just going to ask that an extra 5 minutes be added to somebody on our side later. I'd ask unanimous consent that one of our speakers get an additional 5 minutes.
Is there an
as well.
objection? Without objection. Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam President. We need to bring this government shutdown to an end, and the way to do that is for the House of Representatives to pass the bill for $986 billion budget to run the government for a year, which John Boehner and the Republicans in the House of Representatives asked the Senate to pass. That's the number they wanted. It's not the numbers that the Democrats in the Senate wanted. They wanted $986 billion to run the government for a year. That's the budget we sent over. They will not pass that budget. And so now we have a situation where we should be negotiating over healthcare issues, over environmental issues, over other issues because the budget's been passed. But no, they are going to hold the entire country hostage. So consider where our country stands right now. When George W. Bush left office, the Dow was at 7,900. It is now above 15,000. At the height of the Great Bush recession, unemployment peaked at 10%. It is now at 7.3%. Our deficit has been cut in half. We are making progress, but we are not there yet. Many Americans continue to struggle. And as our country climbs back from the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the Tea Party Republicans are sending America into reverse. The Tea Party Republicans shut down the government. They are putting our economic recovery at risk. They are signaling to the world that America cannot perform the most fundamental job of government, passing a budget. In the alternative, the Tea Party Republican universe that they have created here, Mr. President, has the Tea Party demanding that we fund healthcare research while simultaneously trying to end healthcare coverage for millions of Americans, to pay for our troops, but sideline the intelligence agents who keep us safe from terrorist attacks, and claim to defend the Constitution, but shut down the building where it lives and breathes. This Tea Party Republican logic is tying our country in knots. It makes no sense. Although the government shut down at midnight this past Monday, the seeds of the shutdown were sown years ago. This shutdown is the product of more than a decade of disdain for the democratic process waged by the Tea Party Republican Party that is increasingly out of the mainstream. When the Republican Party started losing congressional seats, they redrew electoral maps in their favor and passed laws to suppress the American voters they had alienated. And when an historic bill was signed into law to finally make health care a right for millions of low-income Americans, a law that was upheld by the Supreme Court, a law that opened for business on Tuesday, the response of the Tea Party Republicans was to shut down the entire government. At the core of this Tea Party Republican ideology is the idea that the democratic processes our country runs on can be dismissed, that they can be manipulated, that they can be contorted to cater to the privileged at the expense of the poor, the vulnerable, and the disenfranchised in our country. This isn't about the Republican Party versus the Democratic Party. This is about Tea Party Republicans versus democracy itself. The essence of American democracy has been our ability to govern by majority rule while respecting minority rights. Our system is inherently designed to enable compromise and avoid the divisiveness of ideological extremism. Mr. President, I know all about these Tea Party extremists. I served in the House of Representatives with them. They live by the Republican Tea Party paradox. They hate the government so much that they have to run for office in order to make sure that the government doesn't work. But now there's a new Republican Tea Party paradox. They want to pay federal employees not to work while blocking the legislation that will put them back to work. The Democrats are fighting to open the government so federal employees can return to work and can earn their pay, not pay them for not working. That's the new Republican paradox. So the Tea Party Republicans have a three-step plan. Number one, deny democracy. Tea Party Republicans ignore the fact that the Affordable Care Act passed the Congress, was signed by the President, and upheld by the Supreme Court. Tea Party step number two, manufacture a crisis. The Tea Party Republicans shut down the government, put our country on the brink of default because they refuse to accept the fact that the Affordable Care Act is the law of the land and the American people re-elected President Obama. Step three, turn out the lights. Turn out the lights. Just shut down the government. Now, what is at stake if the Affordable Care Act is repealed? Without the Affordable Care Act, for women everywhere in America, their gender will go back to being a pre-existing condition. They can be charged higher insurance rates just because they are women. For families everywhere in America, the threat of personal bankruptcy will return. Caps on insurance benefits will be reimposed. And medical bills will once again lead to personal bankruptcies. For a young college graduate struggling to find a job, her parents' plan is no longer an option. For a low-income family that has spent years taking their kids to the emergency room instead of regular doctor appointments, it will mean more late nights in emergency waiting rooms. And who else will be harmed if the Tea Party Republicans continue to refuse to expand the Medicaid program in their respective states, the expansion that is a key part of the Affordable Care Act? The answer is 2/3 of the country's poor, uninsured African Americans and single mothers, and more than half of the low-wage workers in the 26 states where governors have turned down federal funds to expand Medicaid. Let's take Texas, for example. Texas currently has the highest concentration of uninsured Americans in our country, 6 million people. Many of them live in poverty. Under the Affordable Care Act, every state has a choice. It could give the poorest, sickest, and neediest of its citizens health care coverage through expanded Medicaid paid for entirely by the federal government, or it could say no thanks and leave these people, these poor people, these uninsured people in a state of uncertainty. Texas turned down cold more than $100 billion in federal funding over the next decade, denying health care coverage for the 1.5 million Texas residents that live in poverty. That's what the Tea Party Republicans are fighting for, to not take the money to ensure that the poorest people get health insurance. That's what it's all about. That's what they're fighting for. They believe they have a right to say, no, we're not going to cover these poor people. No, we're not going to give these mothers insurance. That's their fight. They should have the freedom to deny all these people that health insurance. And 26 other states, all with Republican governors, did the very same thing. Every state in the Deep South but Arkansas said no. Mr. President, there is an ancient Greek proverb that says, the world will know true justice when those who have not been harmed are as angry as those who have been harmed. And you can see all across America, people are angry. People who have not been harmed are now angry at all those who are being harmed by what the Republican Tea Party is doing here in Congress. And that's why everyone in America wants this shutdown ended. They know that eliminating the Affordable Care Act would gravely harm the poor in our country, the children, the working families trying to make ends meet. Not since the Great Depression have so many Americans suffered from such severe economic problems. There are 46 million Americans who are living in poverty today. That's $23,000 a year for a family of four. The poverty rate for African Americans is 27%. For Hispanics, it's at 23%. There are almost 50 million people in our country at risk of not having enough food. 16 million children live in poverty in the United States as we stand here today. 16 million children are living in poverty. There are more than 11 million Americans out of work, 13% unemployment for African Americans, 9.2% for Hispanics, and it's too high for whites, for Asians, for Native Americans, for everyone in our country. And behind each of those numbers is a name, behind each of those statistics is a story, behind each of those figures is a face and a future that is at risk. And behind each furlough is a federal worker who is a vital job not being done. Somewhere in Georgia, in the midst of the flu season, there was an employee of the Centers for Disease Control who is at home instead of stopping a flu outbreak at a local elementary school. Somewhere in Florida, there's an FDA employee who was shut out of his job inspecting fish imports for toxic contamination while a mother shops at the local grocery store picking up salmon for dinner. Somewhere in the Gulf Coast, there was an oil rig safety officer catching up on their chores at home instead of stopping the next potential BP spill before it happens. Somewhere in Boston, a doctor has now put on hold a clinical trial to bring a new treatment to children born with a rare form of heart disease, while a mother in Milwaukee holds her sick newborn, wondering if a cure could ever be found. Somewhere in Massachusetts, a civilian military employee tasked with developing the best and protective gear for our soldiers is barred from entering his military base, while abroad a soldier takes fire on the front lines. And here at the Capitol, there are police officers who threw their bodies in between the public and a threat just this week, but are doing so without even receiving a paycheck. This government shutdown is just a preview of coming attractions. If Republicans force us to default on our debts, millions of jobs could be destroyed. We could go from a shutdown of our government to a meltdown of our entire economy. We won't be blackmailed. We won't be threatened. We won't back down. We won't give up. We will stand and we will fight. We will fight for the families who have dreamed of the security of health care. We will fight for the federal workers who deserve a paycheck for their patriotism. We will fight for the working families reaching for the American dream. Because make no mistake, what is at stake here isn't just health care. It isn't just a functioning government. It isn't just the stability of our economy. What's at stake is the future of our democratic system. Because you can shut down the government. You can engage in revisionist history and revise the rules to fit your ideology. But the American people will rise up, and they are rising up to say, put America back to work. They will not let the Tea Party Republicans stop the progress of our country. They are going to demand justice. They are going to demand that the shutdown ends and that the spirit of the American people be recognized. What we need to do, Mr. President, is to get the government back to work for the American people. The Senate has to send the House a bill that will end the shutdown. The House should schedule a vote for this bill immediately. It will pass. We should not be cutting the National Institutes of Health that is working to fund the cure for cancer, for Alzheimer's, for Parkinson's, and other diseases that devastate families in our country. We should not be keeping our civilian defense workers off the job. We should be coming together to create jobs to build better futures for all Americans. And we should make sure that America pays its bills and does not default on its debts. We need to raise the debt ceiling. Now is the time, Mr. President. Let us get to work. I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah.
Madam President, someone wisely declared, after all is said and done, much more is said than done. A lot has been said in the well of this chamber this week. Unfortunately, not much has been done. On the other hand, Speaker Boehner and Majority Leader Cantor and the members of the House of Representatives, including members of both political parties, have done much to end the shutdown and to protect the American people. The House has passed bills that would fund veterans' benefits and fund the National Institutes of Health. The House has also approved measures to make sure our National Guard gets paid and to keep our national parks open. The House funded WIC, the program that provides health care and nutrition for low-income women and their children. And the House has funded FEMA. All of these bills have, moreover, been passed with significant bipartisan support in the House of Representatives. At the risk of overstating it, I'm still, frankly, stunned at what we're hearing from some of my colleagues. It's difficult for me to understand their objections to passing these bills in the Senate. First, none of these bills is controversial, not one of them. The bills provide funding for non-controversial things like veterans' disability payments, the GI Bill, and cancer research. These bills keep our national parks open and make sure our National Guard personnel get paid. There are many things on which Republicans and Democrats disagree, but whether or not to take care of our veterans should not be one of them. And last I checked, it's not one of them. Second, the President himself asked Congress to do this. Republicans in the House took the President at his word and acted immediately to draft bills that would make sure his priorities and the nation's priorities would receive funding. In response, Senate Democrats said that this plan to fund veterans, national parks, and other priorities was unserious. They said Republicans were playing games. And the biggest head-scratcher of them all, the President issued a veto threat for bills that fund the very things that he said he wanted funded. Why won't the President and why won't Senate Democrats take yes for an answer? Why are they demanding that we have to fund everything They tell us you have to fund everything or we will allow you to fund nothing. Third, all of these bills received significant bipartisan support in the House. In the middle of a government shutdown, surrounded by all of this divisive rhetoric, Republicans and Democrats came together in the House overwhelmingly to approve these bills. I think we owe it to the country to show that we can do the same thing in the Senate. Fourth, this approach, the approach that has been advocated by the House of Representatives, represents a path forward that was first introduced by none other than the distinguished Senate Majority Leader himself. On Monday afternoon, Senator Harry Reid asked for unanimous consent to pass a bill that ensured that our active duty military personnel would be paid in the event of a government shutdown. And in a matter of minutes, it was passed. I asked my friends across the aisle, was Senator Reid playing games? Was that unserious? Of course not. So why is it unserious when we try to fund veterans' disability payments or cancer research or the National Guard or national parks? Why is it all of a sudden playing games to keep our national parks open? What exactly has changed since Monday? Why can we come together to pass a bill funding military pay, but not to fund veterans' disability payments? And finally, none of these bills have any connection to the implementation of Obamacare. I understand that my friends across the aisle support that law despite its numerous and harmful failings. I understand they want to protect it. But none of the bills that we're considering relates in any way to the implementation of Obamacare. I'm concerned that my friends across the aisle cannot see this law for what it is and what it is already doing to American families all across the country. And now the government is shut down because Democrats refuse to work with us to do anything to protect the American people from the harmful, potentially devastating effects of Obamacare. They won't even consider passing bills to fund veterans' benefits, cancer research, or national parks unless Obamacare is fully funded and fully implemented. We have an obligation to address the negative effects of this law, but the Democrats refuse to negotiate. The president has issued a veto threat on funding for things that he himself asked Congress to fund because the bills don't include Obamacare funding, even though the programs funded in these bills have nothing to do with Obamacare. I fear that the Democrats are now simply the Obamacare party. It is the only thing that matters to them, even though it is hurting people throughout the country already and threatens to do so far more in the coming months. A recent report included a story of a man named Tom from Seattle, who signed up with the exchanges only to find out that his health care costs were going to skyrocket under Obamacare. I'll quote from the story. Tom of Seattle, who was self-employed, said, "My premiums would increase approximately 61%. I went from $891 a month to $1,437 a month. And also, my deductibles all doubled." The letter from his insurer said his current deductible for his family of 5 would double from $4,000 a year to $8,000. Even though that's for the bronze plan, the least expensive option under Obamacare, he says his additional payment of $550 a month will give him a plan that is no better than what he already has. What's more, it also carries a benefit for his family that his family doesn't need: maternity and newborn care. "My wife is 58 years old and our youngest child is soon to be 18, says Tom. "We'll be having no more children. That is a benefit that we would never purchase, nor need, or be able to use." These are the kinds of people we're trying to protect from this law. This is just one story among many stories. So I ask my friends, join us in ending the shutdown. Join us in protecting the country from Obamacare. And let's do the right thing for the American people. Leadership is not about what is said. Leadership is about what is done. And so I invite my colleagues to join House Speaker Boehner and Majority Leader Cantor and the other House members who are leading, and they're leading by doing. We can and must lead. We can end the shutdown and simultaneously protect the American people from the harmful effects of Obamacare. We can do this. We must do this. And if we stand together in support of the American people, we will do this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I ask if the senator would yield for a question?
Yes.
Through the chair, let me inquire whether in evaluating the relative activity of the Senate and the House in trying to bring this shutdown to a conclusion, the senator would not concede that the Senate has repeatedly voted on House-passed measures. We have taken them up, stripped out extraneous language, and sent them back. We have tabled them. We have over and over again done our constitutional duty and voted. Now, the senator might not like the way the vote came out, but does he concede, A, that we voted on House-passed measures, and B, that the Speaker of the House has never yet called to the floor a Senate-passed measure and had a fair vote on the House side of the aisle?
In response to the question posed by my distinguished colleague, my friend from Rhode Island, yes, I'll acknowledge that we have taken votes, some votes in response to many of the pieces of legislation enacted within the House of Representatives.
And that the House has never reciprocated by taking up a Senate-passed bill.
The House has not voted on all of the things passed in the Senate, just as the Senate has not voted on all the things passed in the House.
Well, it has my question wasn't whether it has voted on some but not all. I think the fact is that the House has voted on nothing that the Senate has passed, nothing in this debate. They have done nothing but tee up political votes to send over to us.
That's not accurate. The House of Representatives has voted on things, sent them back in the form of messages, with some of those messages carrying 2 amendments that we then considered. I see your point. I see the senator's point, and it's a valid one in that we have had action taken in both houses. We have had votes cast in both houses. It is important, however, to recognize Republicans have offered significant elements of compromise in all of this. Republicans who have started from the standpoint that what they would like is repeal of the law, understanding that that's not possible under the current circumstances, sought first to defund Obamacare indefinitely. They sought that first. That was stripped out. That went back to them. They responded with a significant compromise offer, offering in the next go-around to defund it for a period of 1 year. That was sent back and that was rejected. There have been other elements since then that have been passed to fund parts of government, recognizing that there are a lot of areas in government spending as to which there is broad, bipartisan, basically unanimous consent in both houses and both political parties that we ought to be continuing to fund these things at current levels. They've acted in those areas, and the Senate has so far refused to go along with those. And so in the spirit of compromise, it would be helpful if we would act upon these. In the spirit of compromise, it would be helpful to have the Senate enact legislation funding those aspects of government as to which there is broad-based bipartisan support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam President.
Senator from Maine.
Madam President, my intention coming here was to help solve problems, to find common ground, to work together with colleagues on both sides of the aisle. That's my history, and in fact, that was my primary motivation for running, for stepping into the shoes of my illustrious predecessor, Olympia Snowe of Maine. And in fact, that's what we did this summer on student loans, when a small group of bipartisan senators worked together to find a compromise, work it through both sides of this body, both parties, and then through the House, and then get the signature of the President. We got 81 votes in the Senate, 392 in the House. That's what I want to try to do. That was a validation of what I'm here for. And this situation that we're in now cries out for resolution. It cries out for finding common ground, for compromising, getting everybody back to work, getting the government shutdown over. So why aren't we doing it? Why aren't we out cutting a deal? Why aren't we out compromising? Well, I've talked to my colleagues here in the Senate on both sides of the aisle, talked to House members, both Republicans and Democrats, and there are lots of options. And in fact, the House has sent us a series of options. The first one was essentially defund, effectively repeal, the Affordable Care Act. Then it was to delay the Affordable Care Act. Then it was to delay a part of the Affordable Care Act. But the important thing about these options and this discussion is it's all taking place in the context of a government shutdown. That's not where negotiations should be made. That's not where negotiation and discussion should be had when essentially the government has been shut down and one side is saying, we won't allow the government to operate unless you give us what we want on a substantive piece of legislation. This is the problem, Madam President. This is why I think in this one case, negotiation really isn't the right course. It's a process problem, it's a practical problem, and I believe it's a constitutional problem. It's perfectly appropriate to negotiate budgets. As a governor, I did it 4 times for biennial budgets and innumerable supplemental budgets, and it's perfectly appropriate to negotiate up to the deadline. Lots of late nights. That's when this work, for some reason, seems to get done. But in those contexts of budgets, of negotiating the most fundamental governmental document, you negotiate about numbers, about details, about allocations. You don't negotiate about entirely separate substantive pieces of law. And in fact, that happened a month ago right here when Leader Reid and Speaker Boehner negotiated a continuing resolution on what the number should be. And it was a hot and heavy negotiation. And the leader compromised. He said, let's go forward because we can do this cleanly with a continuing resolution at a lower level than the Senate Democrats felt was appropriate, than what was in that budget that was passed earlier this year. But that's not what's going on here. We're not negotiating about what are the dollar amounts of the budget, or what are the details, or what are the allocations, how much to defense and how much to Head Start. This is an attempt to rewrite a major piece of substantive law through holding the government hostage, which is a result that cannot be achieved through the normal democratic and constitutional processes. That's the core of this current situation. That's what's bothering me about it. I don't mind negotiating budgets. I do think we shouldn't use the threat of a government shutdown, or now the reality of a government shutdown, to obtain legislative and policy benefits that we can't otherwise obtain through the normal constitutional process. In a very real sense, Madam President, this is a frontal assault on the Constitution itself. Ironically, it's being led by many of those who wrap themselves daily in the Constitution. I don't have one of those books, but we all know those books, How a Bill Becomes a Law. I guarantee you can read those books till my father used to say, till the spots come off, but there's going to be nothing in there that says, well, if all else fails, hold the government hostage and then you can make a law. That's not what it says. Mary, my wife, got me a book when I was first elected called Congress for Dummies. Even in Congress for Dummies, it doesn't say you can make laws, change laws, rewrite laws in the context of holding the country hostage. It's an attempt to create an alternative process, a new shortcut way of achieving political ends without having to deal with those pesky elections. I mean, here's the electoral history of this bill. In 2010, the Affordable Care Act was passed in the early summer. There were elections in 2010, and indeed, the Republicans gained substantial seats in the House, probably because of concern about the Affordable Care Act. I'll concede that. But the Senate didn't turn over. By the way, that's the way the framers planned it. That's why there's 6-year terms here, so public passions in one electoral cycle don't entirely change the government. And then there was another election in 2012. In that election, in which the Affordable Care Act was a major factor, Democrats gained seats in the House, gained seats in the Senate, and the president, whose name is attached to this bill, won by 5 million votes. In my election in Maine, in every debate, and goodness knows there were probably over 20 of them, my Republican opponent started the debate by saying, I want to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That was the whole mission. And I defended it, not in every detail because I think it needs to be fixed, but I defended it and I won that election. And here I am. Mr. Romney said, I will repeal Obamacare on day one. but he lost. But here we are, Madam President, in effect trying to effectuate that agenda, that policy position, through an alternative process that skips around those annoying elections. The passionate opponents of this act are acting like those elections just didn't happen. Let's be clear about what this is. This is one faction of one party in one house of one branch trying to run the entire United States government. That's not the way our Constitution is supposed to work. And I'm confident of that statement because from talking to my friends in the House, I believe it's highly likely that if a clean continuing resolution, that means one without any strings, without any political baggage, without any repeal of the Affordable Care Act, went before the House today or tomorrow or Monday, it would pass. Most of the Democrats and enough Republicans to achieve a majority. And all this would be over. Speaker Boehner yesterday said two things that I think were important. One I agree with, one I don't. The one I agree with was he said this isn't a game. And it isn't a game. It's deadly serious. It's deadly serious because the impact this shutdown is having on our country. It's having on people throughout the country. In Maine, well, let's talk nationally, 70% of the civilians at the Department of Defense have been furloughed. 70% of our intelligence agency personnel are on furlough. I'm sorry, half the Department of Defense, 70% of intelligence. We've got air squadrons that are grounded. We've got people that are not being trained. And our defense industrial base is already suffering. In Maine, we've got 1,500 people on furlough at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, more coming at Bath Iron Works. And almost half of our National Guard people are on furlough. This isn't a game. But all of this is being done in the name of effectively repealing or crippling the Affordable Care Act. Even if you don't think it's a good law, this is not the way to go about dismantling it. It's not the way our Constitution is designed. Why won't we negotiate, though? Why aren't the Democrats negotiating on this and maybe nick the Affordable Care Act? Well, it reminds me of a story of a city guy that came up to a farmer in Maine, and he said, I like the looks of your land. I'd like to buy your farm. Farmer said, it's not for sale. City guy said, well, how about the 50% that's down there on the river? I'd like to buy that. It's not for sale. How about just the quarter acre where your house is on the road? It's not for sale. The city guy says, why won't you negotiate? Because it's not for sale. This isn't the place or the time to negotiate. Listen, I think there are problems with the Affordable Care Act. I would love to sit down in good faith with people and try to fix them, starting with making the websites work better. But I think the way to do that is not in the context of the government being held hostage. And we don't have, and here's the real problem. If we do it now, this will become the normal way that we legislate around here. This is a 6-week continuing resolution. So we nicked the Affordable Care Act in this one. Next time it's going to be, okay, we'll take another nick. Police.
Fired.
I ask unanimous consent that I have 4 more minutes.
Is there objection? Without objection, please proceed.
What I'm afraid of is this will become the normal way that we do things around here. Police and intelligence people and military officers tell you that you don't negotiate with hostage takers. The reason you don't is because you empower, you enable, and you ensure that it will happen again. That's what worries me. Our constitutional system has 2 principles in tension. One is governing, and the other is checks and balances. Governing is to establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare. And of course, checks and balances is the rest of the Constitution so that we aren't abused by our government. But if you take away the governing part, which is what a budget is, nothing's left but checks and balances. The framers thought of this. Madison in the 58th Federalist addressed it directly. He said it might be a good thing to have minorities have additional power above a quorum, but he says these are outweighed by the opposite scale. In all cases where justice or the general good requires new laws to be passed or active members to be pursued, the fundamental principle of free government would be reversed by minority rule. It would no longer be the majority that would rule, the power would be transferred to the minority. Lincoln put it much more succinctly. If the minority will not acquiesce, the majority must, or the government must cease. There is no other alternative for continuing the government is acquiescence on one side or the other. That's what's at stake here, governing. I understand the opposition, although I frankly don't fully understand not wanting people to have health insurance. I understand the passion. I understand the attempt. I think the Speaker is a good man, and he wants to do the right thing. I understand the need to get something, to win something in this weird atmosphere where everybody has to win or lose. But they gave it their best shot. It didn't work. Let's move on. Let's have a clean vote in the House so the American people and the world know that we still know how to govern. I want to talk. I want to negotiate. I want to solve problems, but not at the expense of this institution, not at the expense of the Constitution, and not at the expense of the American people. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Madam President, yesterday the White House said it is, and I quote, winning the shutdown debate, and that it is, and I quote again, not concerned how long the shutdown lasts. Well, the Democrats may be content with playing political games. Republicans remain focused on finding a solution to reopen the federal government. And when the White House says it is winning, Madam President, maybe winning the political debate, winning the political game, if you will, it is the American people who are losing. The Obama administration said yesterday that it would support a measure providing retroactive compensation to furloughed federal workers, yet it continues to oppose funding for the National Guard and Reserve, veteran services, nutrition assistance for low-income Americans, FEMA, life-saving medicines and cures at the NIH, national parks and museums. Mr. President, what I would simply say is that there are bills that have been sent here by the House of Representatives that are available to be picked up by the Senate at any time. We could fund all those various things right now. The bills are from the House. All we have to do here in the United States Senate is pick them up, pass them, and there wouldn't be any objection on this side of the aisle. We could fund the National Guard and Reserve. We could fund veteran services. We could fund nutrition assistance for low-income Americans. We could fund FEMA. We could fund life-saving medicine and cures by funding the NIH. We could fund national parks and museums. It is that simple. Our colleagues on the other side consistently get up and talk about this particular program that's not being funded or this particular federal issue that's not being addressed right now in terms of funding. And it can all be solved that easily. All they have to do, Mr. President, is pick up the bills that have come over to us from the House of Representatives and pass them right now, without objection, on the Republican side. And all these things that are being talked about could be funded. It's that simple and that easy. I would hope that in the end, there would be some of our colleagues on the other side that would agree with us that that's the simplest way to deal with the immediate crisis. We obviously have other issues at work, at play here that are going to be discussed, and I want to talk about one of those in just a minute. But in the meantime, if we're concerned about some of these important programs not being funded, we can do that right now. Things that benefit people in this country, people who defend us, National Guard and Reserve, people who want to see our national monuments and our parks. We've heard stories about those not being available to people across this country. Well, it's very simple, Mr. President. Pick up the bills and pass them right now. But what I'd like to talk about, in addition to getting the government back up and running, Mr. President, is doing something to address our nation's debt. We find ourselves now in the 5th day of a partial government shutdown that, from my perspective, was completely avoidable. But, Mr. President, we know that the government shutdown is only one of the challenges that we're currently facing. The Treasury tells us that we're going to be reaching our debt limit in the coming days, which astonishingly stands at almost $17 trillion. So as we look at the near future, we need to address the debt limit and we need to end this partial government shutdown. And I think it's unavoidable now, Mr. President, that those two issues have sort of converged and come together. At one time, we were going to be talking about addressing one and then subsequently dealing with the debt limit. Now, it looks like those are going to be all one big debate and discussion. But what I'm perplexed about is our friends on the other side of the aisle and the President who continue to insist that they're not going to negotiate on those issues. Mr. President, when the people of South Dakota sent me here to Washington, they did so with the expectation that I will continue to stand up for their values. They also know that when it comes to governing, there will be differences of opinion. Oftentimes that means we're going to have to sit down together with people on the other side of the issue to find common ground. But to say it's my way or the highway is not the way to approach these things.
Mr. President,
These are
would the
issues
senator
that are
yield for a
important
question?
to both individuals and our economy. And you just can't say we're not going to negotiate. That is not a viable or a reasonable position in the eyes of the American people. Mr. President, I want to just put a fine point on that. Earlier this week, the majority leader was quoted as saying, and I quote, this is the majority leader of the United States Senate, the President said he's not going to negotiate on the debt ceiling. He's not going to negotiate. We aren't either. It's never happened in the history of the country, end quote. At the end of last week, while the President was out giving political speeches instead of engaging with Congress to solve these issues, the President made this statement, and again, I quote, and that's why I've said this before, I'm going to repeat it. There will be no negotiations over this, end quote. That's the President of the United States. There will be no negotiations over this, reiterated by our friends here on the other side of the aisle in the United States Senate.
Would the senator yield for a question?
I'd be happy to yield, Mr. President, when I'm concluded my remarks on the senator from Rhode Island's time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, what I would simply say is I think the reason that Republicans here in the Senate find this stance so perplexing is that characterization that we've never negotiated around a debt ceiling is absolutely not true. Deficit reduction measures over the last several decades have been paired with increases in the debt ceiling. Almost 30 years ago, we had the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, otherwise known as Gramm-Rudman-Hollings. I was a staffer here at the time. That was done in the context of the debt ceiling. We've had several measures in the 1990s that reduced our deficits that were done in association with an increase in the debt ceiling. And most recently, we all remember this, the Budget Control Act of 2011, which resulted in restraint largely on the discretionary side of the budget, which many of us would like to change, but it's also resulted for the first time since the 1950s in 2 consecutive years where the federal government spent less than it spent the previous year. First time since the Korean War. The common denominator is that these deals were paired with an increase in the debt ceiling. So, Mr. President, the point I'm trying to make here is that for those of my friends who are arguing that negotiating around our debt ceiling is unprecedented, perhaps they ought to take a closer look at history. Now, this week, Kevin Hassett and Abby McCloskey of the American Enterprise Institute wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and it was entitled, Obama Rewrites Debt Limit History, which I think characterizes the history of the debt limit in a more accurate way. And they write, and I quote, according to the Congressional Research Service, Congress voted 53 times from 1978 to 2013 to change the debt ceiling. So 53 times in those 35 years of recent history. They go on to write that, and I quote again, congressional Republicans who want legislative conditions in exchange for a debt limit increase are following a strategy that has been pursued by both parties the majority of the time. Of the 53 increases in the debt limit, 26 were clean. That is standalone, no strings attached statutes. The remaining debt limit increases were part of an omnibus package of other legislative bills or a continuing resolution. Other times the limit was paired with reforms, only some of which were related to the budget, end quote. So to reiterate, Mr. President, out of 53 increases in the debt limit, less than half were what we call clean or standalone measures. The others had other legislation associated with them. In many cases, omnibus package of legislative bills or continuing resolutions or deficit reduction measures. And to make that happen again, Mr. President, what we need is leadership. We need leaders on the other side of the aisle, including the President, to come to the table in good faith and to make the tough decisions. And I have to say, I find it concerning that instead of coming to the table this week, that the President has embarked on a media blitz suggesting that Republicans in Congress want to default on the debt. In an interview this week with CNBC's John Harwood, the president stated that he recently told representatives from the financial services sector visiting Washington that they should, quote, be concerned. They should be concerned over a faction of Congress that is willing potentially to default. Well, in my view, Mr. President, these statements are both unproductive and misguided. Nobody wants a default. Nobody wants a government shutdown. And I can assure the President, my friends on the other side of the aisle, that Republicans here in the United States Senate couldn't agree more that those are things that we need to avoid. But what I would suggest is that instead of simply kicking the can down the road, instead of pushing the difficult decisions off until tomorrow, we've got to get serious about the long-term fiscal health of our country so that we can grow our economy and help strengthen our middle class. Rather than stoking fears that rankle financial markets and damage the economy, now is the time to move beyond politics and to work with congressional Republicans to make a significant down payment to address America's long-term debt problems. Republicans are seeking responsible and reasonable solutions. South Dakotans, and I think the American people, understand that choosing to do nothing when it comes to the debt that we're piling on the backs of future generations is not a responsible way to continue to govern our country. And I would pose to my Democrat colleagues that the Republicans stand ready to come to the negotiating table and act in good faith to get the government up and running again and to make responsible spending reforms that address the true drivers of our debt. And I hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will take a lesson from history and not suggest that we are not going to negotiate. That is not a viable position in the eyes of the American people. It is not a viable position if you want to work in a way that's going to lead to an accomplishment and a result here in Washington, D.C. on these issues and matters that are of great importance not only to today, but to the future of this country. And so, Mr. President, what I would simply say, again, as I said when I began, that having a position that we're not going to negotiate on government shutdown, we're not going to negotiate on debt limit increase, is not only inconsistent with what the American people have said they want to see done here. Because by the latest poll I saw, by a 2-to-1 margin, they think that we ought to be around the debt limit increase, figuring out what we're going to do about the debt. That's the American people think, but it's also unrealistic to think that we're going to be able to solve our problems. And it's inconsistent with what history has shown us in the past we have been able to accomplish when we're willing to sit down together in the context of raising the debt limit, which, by the way, will be over $17 trillion when this is all said and done. And I think when the American people believe that you're going to ask for another debt limit increase to raise that by perhaps another $1 trillion borrowing limit, they would like to see us do something meaningful to address that incredible, burgeoning, exploding federal debt that we're putting on the backs of our children and grandchildren. So, Mr. President, with that, I assume the senator from Rhode Island is up next, and if he would like on his time to ask a question, I would, through the chair, entertain that.
Senator from Rhode Island.
I thank the distinguished senator from South Dakota, and I noticed that he was on the floor during the remarks that the presiding officer now, the senator from Maine, made just a moment ago. And having heard those remarks, I would ask the senator from South Dakota if he would concede that there is a difference between negotiating and negotiating with hostages. Whether the hostage is shutting down the government or whether the hostage is defaulting on the United States obligations, there is a difference between negotiating and negotiating while holding hostages.
I would say through the chair, Mr. President, to my colleague from Rhode Island, that I think what makes a negotiation successful is when both sides are sufficiently motivated. And it strikes me, at least, that if you're going to have a successful outcome, that both sides have to have incentives to be at the table. I think Republicans have indicated very clearly that we believe that one of the ways in which we get legislation, policy put in place that's good for the future of this country is to do it around a debt limit increase. Historically, that's been the case. That's been a precedent. It's very clear, as I mentioned, throughout the course of modern history, that many of the big budget agreements that we've reached have been done in the context of a debt limit increase. And so I would suggest to my colleague from Rhode Island that whatever the motivation is for getting people to the table, we just need to get to the table. And You know, we've had a lot of, on both sides of the aisle, I would say in fairness, people questioning each other's motives. But we're in a pretty tough spot right now. We've got a government that shut down. We need to get reopened. We have a debt limit that we're going to hit here in the next couple of weeks. And I would hope that we can sit down in good faith and figure out where we can find a common path forward that would allow us to govern in a responsible and a reasonable way, but to address what I think are really the big issues facing the future of this country.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would note that the President and Leader Reid have both indicated a very open willingness to negotiate on virtually anything, but in light of the difference that the presiding officer pointed out on the floor a moment ago between good faith negotiating under our established constitutional procedures and negotiating while holding hostage either the continuing operation of the federal government or a United States default on its obligations for the first time in history, that difference does indeed bear on this discussion, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, today marks the 5th day of this shutdown, and I come to the Senate floor once again to call on the House of Representatives to take up the Senate bill. It is a simple bill. It has no bells and whistles. It simply says, let's open the government again. Let's open all those monuments. Let's open up the research that's going on that's so important to save lives at the National Institutes of Health. Let's put our intelligence employees that every day putting themselves at risk trying to gather that data, let's put them back to work. And then let's take those 6 weeks to do what the senator from South Dakota was talking about, to negotiate a bigger deal, a budget deal. One of the things that I've been concerned about is that the Senate has in fact passed a budget. The House has in fact passed a budget. But our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will not let those two budgets go to conference committee like they're supposed to do so we can work out the differences, have a long-term solution. But the solution is not to shut the government down. Now, what has happened? The senator from Maine, the presiding officer, did a good job of reviewing what has gone on the past few weeks. First, we passed a sensible bill to keep the government open at low spending levels, the sequestration levels, as we call them here, with the spending cuts included, because we knew that that was a compromise, but we knew that was a way that we could get our friends from the other side of the aisle to agree to have a further negotiation period. Instead, we got back a bill that would have delayed the Affordable Care Act, something that they knew very well that the president would veto, that the Senate wouldn't agree to. Now we've gotten a series of things where they've agreed to keep certain agencies open, sort of government by whack-a-mole, right? One problem comes up, okay, we'll hit that, we'll get that one done. Oh, maybe there's a big merger that's been proposed that has antitrust problems and could cost consumers money. Maybe we'll put a few antitrust lawyers on. Oh, I guess there's an imminent threat going on right now, so let's add a few intelligence officers. Let's handle that one. Maybe there's a foodborne illness problem that's developed in part of the country. Maybe we have to put some of those Center for Disease Control employees back on. That is no way to govern a business. That is no way to govern the greatest nation on earth. We are a democracy that's been a model for the rest of the world, so this is not the answer. So what's the next thing we got? Well, today we found out that they have voted to pay furloughed workers. That's something I support. That's something most of the senators here support. Okay, but does this really make sense that they would decide to do that today and then not also vote to put them back to work? So they are essentially deciding that they're going to pay them, which I support, that they're going to pay them, but they're going to pay them to stay at home. This doesn't make sense in Lanesboro, Minnesota. This doesn't make sense in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. They believe that the federal workers have been hired to do a job, and it's time to put them back to work. And that's what this debate is about. These are the things, Mr. President, that I've been hearing from my constituents, just some random letters that came in on our email system over the last few days. Here's a letter from Jason of St. Paul. He says, I'm a Minnesota resident currently on active duty in the U.S. Navy on deployment in the Middle East for my second tour. As a military member, if I did not do my job, I'd be putting the lives of my friends and fellow military members at risk. At home, He's a Navy reservist on active duty. At home, I'm a full-time professional firefighter, an EMT for the St. Paul Fire Department. If I chose to fail on my duties in that job when a fire call came in, people would die. Similarly, the shutdown of the U.S. government, and he says, I know it happened in the House and the Senate has passed a bill. Sorry, he adds that. But he says the shutdown of the U.S. government is unacceptable. I work in a coalition office with several other European officers from other navies, and I'm embarrassed at what I see from the Congress. I urge you with all of my being to work to resolve this. I'm confident that you can get the job done. Next, Lisa from Oakdale, Minnesota. Senator Klobuchar, I'm 39 years old and have never contacted a representative until now. I felt compelled to do so today because as a federal civilian employee, I want to express my extreme disappointment. I have dedicated my career to federal service, which I am now considering changing given this unfairness. Please work to resolve the budget as quickly as possible so my husband and I can return to work. That's what Lisa said. That's what Lisa said. And you know what? Now the House of Representatives said rightfully so they would pay her while she's at home, but they didn't send her back to work. They didn't do what she asked for in this letter. They didn't send her back to work. She simply wants to do her job. Here's from Pamela, Young America, Minnesota. Farmer, please do whatever you can to stop the government shutdown. We have 14 acres of land enrolled in the Conservation Reserve Program, and our rental payment is to be made to us this first week of October. As long as the government shutdown is in place, our Conservation Reserve Program payments are delayed. We depend on this money, and is not a small amount for our family. There are many farmers and landowners in the same situation. Please stop the shutdown. Well, I hope the House of Representatives is listening to Pamela of Young America, Minnesota today. Kathy Tomlinson from Minnesota. I am an employee of the Social Security Administration, Office of Disability and Review. I have seen you intervene, Senator, on matters for claimants who have disability hearings pending. I am furloughed as part of the government shutdown. If you want your constituents' hearings addressed, I need to be at work in my office. Is she talking about pay in this letter? Of course she wants her pay, and she's going to get her pay, and she should. But that's not what she's talking about. She's talking about doing her job and getting back to work. Yet today, the House of Representatives voted to pay workers to stay home. Okay, we want to pay them, but not to put them back at work when that is all she's asking to do. Alicia from Hastings, Minnesota. Dear Senator Klobuchar, I'm writing to express my extreme concern over the federal government shutdown. I'm a teacher, a mother of 3 boys, and a wife of a furloughed veteran who works for the Minnesota Air National Guard. I have never before written a letter to my representative, but feel so utterly helpless and frustrated at this time, I needed to voice my concern. My concern at this time is that those in Congress have forgotten about people like me, like those in my family and those in my community. I feel like an inconsequential number, a nameless and faceless casualty in a game that has no winners. I'm concerned that my family's experience is lost in the rhetoric exchanged between party members. I'm concerned that we are the forgotten and nameless, collateral damage in a philosophical debate. At this point in time, my husband, who is a veteran working full-time for the Minnesota Air National Guard, is out of work because he is a federal employee not deemed essential. I'm afraid that not only are the other 800,000 laid-off federal employees deemed non-essential, but the rest of the American citizens are non-essential as well. Our struggles are real-life struggles, not a game, not philosophical, not in theory, not distant, and not imaginary. My hope is that those struggles and hardships matter to you and in a real way. I'm hoping you will understand the urgency of this situation for my family and for the thousands of others whom you directly impact on a daily basis. I don't want any representatives to forget the real people affected by these decisions. That's your duty, that's your charge, that's your enormous task. I hope that I can count on you to look out for my family and the many others. I hope you will consider our lives and our hardships. Thank you for your efforts to solve this situation. She doesn't want to be inconsequential. She doesn't want to be non-essential. Not just her husband who's furloughed, but her as a citizen of this country. Again, was she asking for money? Of course they want to get paid, and they will get paid. But that's not what this is about. This is about her husband getting back to work to do the duty that he was hired to do by the American people. This is a simple bill. It just simply allows them to go back to work. And I am heartened by the fact that the number, I think it's at 22 House members now on the Republican side have said they want to vote on this Senate bill. That's a magic number. That's enough to pass it. We have to let that bill come up for a vote. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I rise today in order to talk about the impact of the current government shutdown on Hawaii's federal workers. Here in Washington, we debate in what most people consider abstractions. We use terms like Obamacare, filibuster, discretionary spending. We talk about government programs and initiatives in the aggregate and in the abstract. Hardly a day goes by when we don't hear about some program costing in the millions and billions. And while we use these terms and concepts when debating the nuts and bolts of government policy, what we need to always keep in mind is that these dollars and these terms impact real people, real lives. The work of the U.S. Senate is to debate and deliberate with the goal of finding consensus solutions to the challenges our nation faces. And the core of what we do is about people, families, and communities. When we get away from thinking this way, when we focus on the abstractions and the slogans and who's winning the day's media war, it becomes easy to forget what we're all here for. And when we forget that, we find ourselves unable to move forward and find consensus. We lose focus on the people, families, and communities that sent us here. Public service is a privilege. It is also a responsibility. When we stand for election or enter public service in some other way, we are committing to put ourselves in the back, behind the people for whom we work and serve. So today, as we mark another day of the government shutdown, I'd like to share some stories with my colleagues, stories about people and families affected by the shutdown. I have received letters, like my colleague from Minnesota has received letters from her constituents, from people of all ages, serving in different capacities at different federal government agencies, and even some who are just embarking on a path to public service. These are all people dedicated to their work and dedicated to their country. The damage we are doing by not getting these folks back on the job is serious and impacts our national security, our economy, and a host of necessary services that the people of our country depend upon. And this shutdown and the debate around it is undermining a commitment to public service for many people. It is damaging the effectiveness of our institutions, and it is unnecessarily putting many families in Hawaii and across the nation in a state of uncertainty and anxiety. One furloughed man who wrote to me expressed these views clearly. He said, "As a U.S. Air Force civilian, I am a furloughed employee. Hawaii has nearly the highest percentage of federal workers. This has a huge impact on the Aloha State. Unlike the recent sequester, one can't scale back when nothing is coming in. Some lower grade workers may lose their homes and with it their sense of pride for choosing to work for the government. That's the reality of this shutdown." He went on, "By October 9, we'll have lost more than the recent sequester cuts. Many have not overcome that, and now we're summarily discharged. And the debt ceiling debate is next. I work in an office of 10 or so, half active duty, half civilian. We provide the continuity needed year in, year out to manage instrument procedures at all our bases in the Pacific Air Forces." And he goes on, "Are we non-essential employees? I respectfully ask Speaker Boehner to ask them. I'm upset that a few politicians are holding my country, my community, and yes, my family hostage for political brinksmanship. I stand with you, Leader Reid, he said, and the responsible Republicans in the U.S. House that want to get our nation moving again. Another constituent wrote to me about the impact of the shutdown on her family. She said, as the wife of an essential personnel government employee, I would like to tell you that the shutdown is devastating. We are parents of 3 children, one of whom is special needs and requires expensive measures daily to survive. Without a paycheck, we will be unable to pay our bills, buy food, support our children. Many middle-class federal employee families are in the same boat. Savings will not support us indefinitely. My husband is, right now, as we speak, at work, doing his duty, protecting the American public against foodborne illness and contamination. Yet he is doing it with no pay. We are devastated. Please, please, tell our story. Tell the Republicans who have not crossed the aisle to please be reasonable and fund the government. They can argue later. Children are paying the price for the shutdown. Mr. President, as of right now, at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard, 3 of our nation's nuclear submarines are in dry dock, and work on them stopped due to the shutdown. And one of the shipyard workers wrote this to me. Maisie, I am an employee of Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. The shutdown has left my coworkers and myself with a sense of trepidation, insecurity, and angst. Most of the hardworking, dedicated, and patriotic federal civilian employees I work with live paycheck to paycheck due to the high cost of living in our islands. I have fears of not being able to pay my mortgage on time in November. But more importantly, the operational readiness of our Pacific Fleet is in jeopardy because we aren't able to keep our ships fit to fight if we can't go to work, repair them, and meet scheduled deadlines for returning them to operational status. Our workload already is stretching our resources and demanding we perform more with less. How can we recover a day, a week, a month, or more sitting at home when so much is at stake? The long-term consequences of this shutdown has ripple effects that are not one for one, but a much longer period when moving a large industrial workforce back into a rhythm of productivity and efficiency. Please continue to work with your colleagues in Congress and convince them to end this shutdown sooner rather than later. This letter is an example of the selflessness of so many workers. While he is concerned about himself and his colleagues, his greater concern is for the impact this shutdown will have on our nation's security. I've also received letters from people just starting out in life and in public service. For example, one young woman wrote me, I am in jeopardy of losing my AmeriCorps Vista placement, which would prevent me from developing essential workplace skills and an education stipend that would lighten the load of my student loan debt. And another shared this. My husband and I are closing on our first condo today, Tuesday, October 2nd, and now are faced with the challenge of my husband not receiving a paycheck during the shutdown. He is a government employee who is expected to work during the shutdown without a payday in sight. I am extremely nervous now about paying our mortgage and other essential bills when I should be excited about our first home purchase. I know eventually this will be straightened out, but at what cost to us? We are both in our early 30s, trying to make a life together, and like many obstacles, this is yet another setback. I hope this comes to an end quickly. Mr. President, these are people just starting to make their way in the world. They are working hard and doing all the right things. Yet through no fault of their own, they are facing uncertainty and are likely questioning whether they've chosen the right path. The last letter I'd like to share today, and I'll be sharing more in the coming days about other areas of Hawaii's economy that have been impacted, is one that I hope my colleagues will think about as we go forward. This couple wrote, my spouse and I are both federal employees with a combined public service commitment of over 50 years. We have seen and lived through many congressional sessions and many more shenanigans, but neither of us can recall a time when the truculence of a few has caused so much hurt in the lives of so many. I am essential. My husband is not. We will get by. Others are not so lucky. Our administrative assistants, for example, both of whom are barely hanging on, trying to feed their kids on the same pay that they received 3 years ago, while the costs of health insurance, transportation, and housing have continued to rise, are now not being paid at all. Our daughter, for example, over $200,000 in student loan debt, who tends to our veterans as a physician in a VA hospital, still had to come up with her rent on Tuesday and still has to pay for healthy food and quality daycare so she can go to work but not get paid. Mr. President, these people devoted their careers to serving the public, helping people, and making our country a better place. I ask my colleagues to think, how long will this couple's daughter or the administrative assistants that they mentioned in their letter can continue to hang on and stay in public service? If our political system can't function, our institutions and the people that work in them and rely on their services suffer. And one of the most damaging legacies of this shutdown could be the crisis of confidence that it will create among the American people towards their own government. That would be devastating. I'm not arguing that government should be the answer to all of our problems, provide all of our services, but the services it does provide should be worthy of the people, families, and communities we are providing them for. Having a dedicated federal workforce is central to that goal. And our job as senators is to give that workforce confidence that their work is valued, that they are valued, that their contributions are worthwhile. This shutdown fails miserably in all of those respects. We have the privilege of serving in the United States Senate. Let's do our job for the people all across our country who, like all these people who wrote to me and who wrote to all my other colleagues, expect nothing less of us. Let's reopen the government. Speaker Boehner, let the House vote on the bill that the Senate sent to you. And let's get back to working on what we can do better to better serve the people, families, and communities that gave us the privilege to be here. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I want to thank the senator from Hawaii for her comments and say that on the basis of what this senator just discovered, having gone down to the other end of the Capitol, Senator Hirono, it's going to take a lot of loud voices to get the speaker to hear us because they have shut down. They have gone home. They're not even coming back until next Monday. And I was just wandering through this deserted Capitol. I encountered Congressman Steny Hoyer, one of the great leaders of the United States Congress, the minority whip now used to be majority leader in the U.S. House of Representatives, and so he just gave me this report. Those chambers down there at the other end are darkened, and here we are. And on the basis of a small group of people in the House of Representatives who insist on having it their way or no way, we have all of these people and all of the specific events that all of these senators have chronicled of the deprivation, of the lack of security. I mean, you can go on and on as a result of the shutdown, and this senator is going to enumerate a few examples of that. While the two senators from Hawaii and the senator from Wisconsin are here, our great presiding officer, one of the bright lights of the new class that just came in to the Senate. If you really examine What is the problem? The problem is it actually goes back to the Hebrew Scriptures. When in the Hebrew Scriptures, two commands that then were reiterated by Jesus in the new Scriptures. First commandment, love God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And the second is like unto it, love your neighbor as yourself. And there was a practical how-to, and that we know is the golden rule. Treat others as you want to be treated. That is a practical application of the second great commandment of love your neighbor as yourself. And it is part of the root of the problem of what we see that's not only gripping the capital city of the United States, where people are so ingrown and insular and unwilling to respect the other fellow's point of view and work out your differences, the very underpinnings of the greatness of our democracy that has lasted over 2.25 centuries is on that basic principle of treat others as you would want to be treated. In other words, in the political context, do what Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan used to do. Have your fights, but at the end of the day, you respect each other, so when it's time to do the deal, you can come together and resolve your differences. Another great modeling for this senator when he was a young congressman was the two leaders in the House of Representatives, Tip O'Neill, the Democratic Speaker, and Bob Michel, the Republican leader. And it's the same kind of relationship that Tip had with the president. They'd fight like the dickens during the day, but they kept that personal respect through a personal friendship, so that even though they vigorously disagreed about an issue, they realized that they were not the only ones in this country, and that there were other people who thought differently than them. And in the grand tradition of American democracy, that when it was time to build a consensus, to achieve a workable solution, then they could come together and work it out. But what we see is a small, very, I would dare say, totally inward-looking group that thinks that they know it all and that their opinion is the only opinion, and that because they have the political leverage, since the Speaker of the House has said that he will only pass something with Republican votes. By the way, it didn't used to be that way. They now call that the Hastert rule, named after the Speaker Hastert. Well, before that, it didn't used to be that way. We used to pass things in the House of Representatives with Republican and Democratic votes. And I give you that great example. I want to give you one of the finest examples of government being able to work during a time of economic emergency. And it was in 1983. We were within 6 months of shutting down Social Security because Social Security was starting to run out of money where it could not make its full payments. It would have made partial payments. And those two old Irishmen, Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan, they said, we're going to fix it. And what we're going to do is, first thing, we're going to take this iron rail of American politics, we're going to take it off the table to be used as a hammer to beat your opponent over the head with in the next election. And then we're going to appoint a blue ribbon panel, and they're going to bring back their recommendation to the Congress, and we're going to pass it, and all of that occurred, and it passed overwhelmingly, and it made Social Security actuarially sound for the next half century, well into the 2030s, all the way from 1983. That's an example of the finest traditions of governing under the American constitutional method in our democratic systems. And so when you get at loggerheads in a time like this, where is that respect, that genuine, not that superficial respect, not that respect that fortunately we show to each other out here on the floor of the Senate, but where is that genuine respect? And where is that recognition, Mr. President, those words right up there, scrolled in the marble, e pluribus unum, out of many one, that we gain our unity from many peoples, many ideas, but we all think of ourselves, unum, as one, as Americans. Now that's what we're missing. And you boil all this down. That's what's going on in American politics today. We don't talk to each other, we're shouting past each other. Turn on your TV cables. Look at the shouting matches there. Or turn on one cable and you get only one perspective. Turn on another cable, you get another perspective. We're not talking to each other. We're not. Also, as the good book says, as Lyndon Johnson as president often reminded us, come, let us reason together. That's what's happening. Mr. President, I see other senators that want to speak here. I've got a whole bunch of things that I wanted to enumerate that are happening in the state of Florida, where the shutdown of the federal government is affecting the state of government. I'm not going to list those things so that my colleagues can go on and speak. I've got a bunch of things to talk about national security, where we are genuinely harmed today with the shutdown of the government. And I want to point out that one of our military commanders, it happens to be a tanker unit. You know, the big KC-135s, tankers, they fly, they refuel all of our aircraft so they can refuel in the air. He says, quote, we are effectively shut down. And another commander of another active duty wing, Colonel DeThomas, says that when you take the furloughs, these furloughs now, on top of the 6 days that they lost unpaid in the sequester in the last fiscal year, which ended September the 30th, when he says you do that, he says it creates a double whammy. That's what's happening, and that's just one little snippet of our national security. So, Mr. President, I'm so glad that these colleagues are here to speak, and I will share all the details that I intended to share at a later time. I thank the Senate for their attention, and Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have come to the floor today to deliver a message from the people of Wisconsin. They are fed up with the political games that are being played here in Washington. They've had enough. On Tuesday, Congress failed the American people and our government shut down because the Tea Party faction in the House put their own personal agendas and partisan politics ahead of progress for the American people. The Republican leadership in the House could end this shutdown by simply letting the House vote on the Senate-passed bill to fund the government. Instead, the Speaker of the House has, for over a week, prevented the House from voting on a clean funding bill that would open the entire federal government. In my home state of Wisconsin, we believe in hard work. We believe that hard work should be respected and rewarded. And every day, people get up and go to work to build a better life for themselves and for their families. They trust in the promise that if you work hard and play by the rules, you'll get ahead. And they are right to expect that both parties in Washington work together to help keep that promise. And they are right to expect that both parties in Washington work together to respect the hard work of Americans who have helped lift this country up from the worst recession since the Great Depression. And they are right to expect that both parties in Washington work together to reward the hard work of families and small business owners who, through sheer grit and determination, have been moving our economy and our country forward. In my home state of Wisconsin, our state motto is one word: forward. The people of Wisconsin live up to that motto every single day. And I would say that all Americans do as well. But as I stand here today, in the midst of the 5th day of a government shutdown, I can't say that Congress has. Instead of working together to move our economy and our country forward, the Republican leadership in the House has offered day after day of political games and brinksmanship. And here is the price. In Wisconsin, more than 800 workers in the National Guard are off the job. Hardworking people who have committed themselves to public service, to something bigger than themselves. They get up every day and work for our common good. They deserve to have a Congress that does the same thing. Now, these are particularly tough times for my state. Even as the national economy is rebuilding and rebounding, my state's economy has lagged behind the rest of the nation. And our economy cannot afford to have the Tea Party extremists in the House making it harder for small business owners to create jobs. But their shutdown has blocked small business loans and investments in Wisconsin. And that threatens our made-in-Wisconsin economy and tradition and our work ethic and our entrepreneurial spirit. Due to this Tea Party shutdown, Wisconsin small businesses are missing out on about $3.5 million in SBA-supported loans every day. That means Wisconsin small businesses have been denied access to critical loans since this shutdown began. We know that the majority of new jobs in the United States are created by startups. And small businesses are engines of our economy, creating 2 out of every 3 new jobs right now. So our economy needs to have a Congress that is supporting and strengthening small business efforts, not a Congress that steers from one manufactured crisis to another. In Wisconsin, groundbreaking research supported by the National Institutes of Health adds more than $800 million a year to Wisconsin's economy. We should all be able to agree, both parties, and both the House and the Senate, that in order for America to out-innovate the rest of the world, we must protect and strengthen our investments in research and science and innovation. But the failure of the House leadership to step up and actually lead has put in place a shutdown that is threatening Wisconsin's leadership on bioenergy research, on biomedical research. This failure in leadership in the House means that new patients are being turned away from the benefits of cancer research being done at the University of Wisconsin. On a broader scale, our NIH director, Dr. Francis Collins, told the Wall Street Journal on Tuesday that as long as the government is shut down, the National Institutes of Health says it will turn away roughly 200 patients each week from its clinical research center, including children with cancer. We've had to tell people, I'm sorry, you can't come here, Dr. Collins said. This is the price extracted by a small Tea Party group in the House who can't see past their own political agenda to defund or delay or repeal the Affordable Care Act. You know, it's reckless and it's irresponsible, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's time. It's time the House leadership step up and actually lead. More than 1 week ago, the Senate passed a clean bill that funds the government, that ends the shutdown, and that opens the federal government for business again. They have obstructed that measure from going to the House floor for a simple up or down vote. The House Republicans need to end these political games. It's time. It's time for the House to have an up or down vote to end this shutdown. House Republicans need to break with their divisive threats. They need to start governing and pass a responsible budget that invests in the middle class and that strengthens our economy. It's time. It's time for the House to have an up or down vote to open our government for business. House Republicans need to stop standing in the way of progress. They need to start working to build a better and stronger future for our country. It's time. It's time for the House to have an up or down vote to end this gridlock and to move our country forward. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. We certainly appreciate your hours of presiding here. I don't know whether you're at the beginning or the end, but we're grateful for that work you're doing this weekend. Mr. President, I wanted to start by commending the work of the Capitol Police. I didn't have a chance to do that yesterday in light of what happened here in Washington just the other day, a terrible incident, a terrible tragedy. And as usual, the Capitol Police handled it with professionalism and with very effective policing and law enforcement, and kept people safe. But we should commend them on every day, not just on days when there's a dangerous incident that takes place. So we thank them for that. And we gather here today to talk about our country and whether or not we're going to finally, after almost a full week now, finally have a government that's open and operating and functioning. I think a lot of people in both parties, and maybe more so on the Republican side of the aisle, have a better chance this week to understand or to appreciate or to have insights into what our government does every day, how it helps people, how it keeps our economy moving, and how it keeps us safe. I just hope those lessons are being learned. When I'm in Pennsylvania or when I'm here and getting communications from Pennsylvania, people say to me, they ask, in light of this shutdown, they ask some basic questions. A lot of the questions are the same. When will it end? How will it end? Is there a way out? Those kinds of questions. And they really don't know because there's often not a readily identifiable answer. But as complicated as this is, and as difficult as it's been, especially for people directly affected or even affected indirectly for folks around the whole country, there actually is a pretty simple answer. And maybe it's been overlooked this week. And it really comes down to really one word. And technically it's two words. The first word is just, and the second word is vote. But in our social media age, often words are kind of jammed together. So maybe we'll just say it's one word, just vote. And people might say, what does that mean? You should have votes all the time, and I understand that the House and the Senate vote on things all the time. What does just vote mean? Well, it's actually rather simple. A week ago yesterday, the Senate voted on a measure, it's really just an amendment, that was sent over to the House that was a clean resolution. In other words, a continuing resolution, which is another way of saying keeping the government operating. And it didn't have anything attached to it. Nothing about anything extraneous or anything additional. And that's where the phrase clean CR, continuing resolution, comes from. But it's really just a way to keep the government open. The House, led by Speaker Boehner, decided not to consider that. But here it is. It's actually pretty simple. It's an amendment to House Joint Resolution 59. It's amendment number 1974. And you can see the markings on it when it was being considered here. But it is all of 16 pages, doesn't even get to the end of page 16. But it's a simple document, and it's been sitting over there for a week. I of course won't read it, but it's a very simple way out of this predicament. And this has overwhelming support across the country, even for people that disagree with me or disagree with Democrats about health care, about any other issue. There's overwhelming support for this. So when someone says just vote, this is what we should just vote, they should just vote on in the House. The House passes this, it's over. The government shutdown is over. The president will sign it. And literally within, I don't know how long it would take them to consider it over there, 20 minutes for a vote or an hour for all the procedural mechanisms to play out. And then the president would sign it. I'm sure there are people here that would drive it to the White House to have him sign it. But that's what this is, a 16-page bill that's simple. And it has growing support even on the Republican side. So when we say just vote, it's just vote on this 16-page document. It may not look like a key. It's a 16 pages of legislative language, but this is the key to ending what I think is not a Republican Democratic shutdown. This is the key to ending the Tea Party shutdown. That's what this is. And I think most people understand that now that we're into it a couple of days. That vote would be, I think, rather easy to take place. It would transpire very quickly. The Speaker would only have to put the bill on the floor. He wouldn't have to vote for it. Most Republicans wouldn't have to vote for it and likely would not. But the combination of getting Democrats voting for it, virtually every one, and a handful of Republicans is not only possible, but I think there are people waiting to do it. And maybe the number would even grow if it actually happened. So that's what should happen. And that could happen today, or I guess the next opportunity would be Monday. But I would hope that the Speaker would do that, because I think a lot of people are asking kind of a fundamental question about who is in charge, who runs one part of the House or the other. And it's my judgment that the Tea Party is in charge now, and I hope that conservative Republicans and very conservative Republicans and moderate Republicans can get control of their party. Because what I worry about, and I think what economists worry about even more than I, because they know more than we do about the economy, but the concern is that if you don't get control of one wing of one political party, you're going to have an economy that gets out of control. And no one wants that, I don't believe, in either party. The other point I wanted to make about where we are, and I know there are people out there hear a lot of back and forth, and they get a little tired of the debate. They'd rather just have everyone vote in the House and this would be over. But I think it's important to talk about the words compromise and negotiation, because they've been used a lot by the Speaker and by Republican members in the last couple of days. I think the record is pretty clear, even though some have forgotten it, but there's some reminders this week, that the negotiation and the compromise on the resolution to keep the government operating already happened weeks, if not months ago, where both sides agreed that a resolution to continue funding the government would go forward with nothing attached to it. The hard part for Democrats is that we had to compromise in a very substantial way, and I think that's an understatement. The compromise that we put on the table and we adhered to is the compromise of a $70 billion cut in fiscal year 2013 enacted levels. What does that mean? Well, that just means that we agreed to a much lower number. Democrats on this side had passed a budget resolution in the early hours of forget what day it was, a Saturday morning. We voted all night. I don't know how many votes we had throughout several days and then throughout the night. And we passed a budget resolution which had a higher number than the number which we agreed to later. So we compromised substantially. I think you could even make the argument that the compromising so far has been all on one side, the Democratic side, to agree to a much lower number. But one of the important parts about that is we compromised on the core issue that's before us. This continuing resolution and funding the government and keeping the government operating is not a health care debate. Now, I realize people have made it into a health care debate, but the core issue is, will the government remain open? We said yes. Will the government remain open at the Democratic number? We wanted that, but we said no. In order to keep it functioning and moving it forward, we agreed to a lower number. That's the core issue. What will the number be to fund the government? So the compromising and the negotiating was done a long time ago, and we were the ones who compromised. The idea that we should have a drawn-out discussion, which they call negotiating, to open the government doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, once the government's opening, we've got a lot to debate and to talk about and to negotiate. Now, one of the illustrations of what I'm talking about in terms of what happened here that transpired over many months where Democrats compromised to keep the government functioning was set forth in several news articles the last couple of days, but I won't read this, but it's Thursday.
Senator's time has expired.
Could I ask consent to have 3 more minutes?
Without objection.
Looking at the October 3rd, Thursday, Politico on page 19, here's the headline. I'll hold it up, but read it because it's probably not readable from a distance. Quote, here's the headline: how the shutdown fight is obscuring a major Republican victory. So they're saying here that the compromise the Democrats made to cut $70 billion is the compromise that already happened and should keep the government open. So that's the reality. Now, the good news is that there's a growing number of Republicans in the House and the Senate who are saying just what I'm saying. Let's just vote, meaning just have the House vote and pass the continuing resolution as it is. I have a number of examples from Pennsylvania. Maybe I'll be able to a little bit later get to walk through some of those, but I won't do that right now. I've got some examples of what middle-income families or middle-class families are facing. But let me conclude with this. I think one of the best lines of this week about this piecemeal approach that the House is taking day after day instead of just voting on the measure before them to open up the government came from the commander-in-chief of the VFW, Veterans of Foreign Wars. He said, quote, "We expect more from our elected leadership and not a piecemeal approach that would use the military disabled veterans as leverage in a political game," unquote. I think that's a pretty good summation of why we shouldn't go in the direction of piecemealing. The House should, in a word, just vote so that we don't have, and I say this respectfully to my Republican friends, we don't have a Tea Party shutdown evolve into a Tea Party default, which is, it's bad enough that we're in a shutdown. It would be a lot worse if for the first time since 1789, the United States government defaulted and the full faith and credit of the United States was badly, badly damaged. Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter came up to me and he said, "You've been here a while. What do you think it will take to end this shutdown?" I replied with a single sentence: the Speaker of the House needs to lead. A majority of House Republicans want to end this shutdown by voting for a clean continuing resolution. But a small number of the most ideological members of the House oppose such a move and oppose a vote. And the Speaker has given this small group a veto over the functioning of the United States government. Congressman Charlie Dent, a Pennsylvania Republican, made one of the most stunning statements about this situation. In a television interview this week, Congressman Dent said the following. He says, "I do believe it's imperative that we do have a clean funding bill to fund the government. That was the intent of the Republican leadership all along," he said. But obviously there were a few dozen folks in the House Republican Conference who weren't prepared to vote for a clean bill. And that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. So Congressman Dent, a Republican, makes it very clear what's going on over in the House of Representatives. There's a few dozen folks in the House Republican Conference who aren't prepared to vote for a clean bill, and that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. So the Speaker of the House is allowing a, quote, few dozen folks to shut down the United States government. What an indictment of the House Republican leadership. Speaker Boehner could bring all of this chaos to an end, and all he has to do is bring the Senate's bill reopening the government to a vote. The Senate has voted 3 times on House continuing resolutions. Speaker Boehner has yet to schedule a single vote on the Senate's bill. Why? Because it would pass. Now, that has got to sound totally counterintuitive. That you don't bring a bill to the floor because it would pass when you, the Speaker, yourself say you want the government to open up, and 90% of your own Republican caucus want the government to open up, but 10% of your caucus don't, and that means you would have to depend on a few Democratic votes to pass the bill. And that is anathema to the Speaker of the House. A bill with bipartisan support cannot be allowed, in his judgment, to come to a vote because it would pass. And that means that it would be a bipartisan bill. It would depend upon some Democratic votes. And it is his policy that you cannot hold votes on bills that require Democratic votes to pass. I cannot think of a more striking example of rank partisanship than that policy. And I hope the Speaker will be asked one of these days to explain his refusal, why he is following the dictates of a small group of his caucus when there is a bipartisan solution right in front of him. We have looked through the media. We cannot find that the Speaker has ever been asked or answered this question. Why will you not bring the Senate continuing resolution vote to the floor of the House of Representatives for a vote? Why will you not allow a vote on that bill? Instead, the Speaker sends us piecemeal bills and demands that we open up the government one program, one agency at a time. Today, there's a new element, a bill that would pay federal employees, whether they're on the job or not, during this shutdown. Now, federal employees didn't ask to stop working, so we should pay them. But why in heaven's name, should we not let them get back on the job serving this country if they're going to be paid? Why not pass a continuing resolution and let them work? This bill to pay federal employees who aren't working retroactively passed apparently unanimously today in the House of Representatives. Why not let them work? Pass a continuing resolution. Now, I also want to ask the Republicans who support this bits and pieces approach this question. When all this piecemeal legislating is through, what is it that you propose to remain closed? Is it the USDA inspectors or offices that process small business loans? Is it the agency that works on Pell Grants for college students? Is it NOAA forecasters who keep the watch on hurricanes? Is it FEMA workers who respond when storms come ashore? Is it the furloughed workers at the National Institute of Health who process the grants that fund so much of our nation's health research? Just which Americans do the House Republicans intend to keep as hostages to their obsession with repealing Obamacare? And one of the problems with the Republican approach is that it makes gross judgments as to who will be ransomed and who will remain a hostage. What agencies get ransomed, which ones remain hostage? Now, I don't think we can be satisfied with freeing some of the hostages while the rest remain captive. That's not what this country's all about. We're not the United States of national park visitors or the United States of the NSA. We're one nation, and that's why the attempt of the Republicans in the House to pick off one group of Americans at a time is going to fail. And then I heard one Republican over here say the other day that our call, the Democratic call, to open the entire government was, and I quote, cynical. What a remarkable statement. Here's what I call cynical. Shutting down government cancer trials for young patients, Head Start classrooms for students, benefits for the families of our troops who fall in combat, shutting down all that and hundreds of other things, and then offering to restore the government in slivers, piece by piece, while pretending you're doing the country a favor. Boy, that's pretty doggone cynical. Acting as if it's a compromise worthy of praise to shut down our government and then to allow portions of it to reopen today, perhaps another portion or two tomorrow, and another portion or two the day after that. That's cynicism. The antidote to that cynicism is the true spirit of this country, and it's embodied in people like Congressman John Dingell and former Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole. Bob Dole's a Republican. Both of those great gentlemen, Congressman Dingell and Senator Dole, served this country in peace and in war. And when the House Republicans tried to cover up their destructive behavior by draping it in the love that our nation feels for our World War II veterans, these two men, Republican and a Democrat, both World War II veterans, said it clearly. If you want to honor the service, give the nation we risked our lives for its government back. all of it. Here's what they said in a joint statement, quote, "If this Congress truly wishes to recognize the sacrifice and the bravery of our World War II veterans and all who have come after, it will end this shutdown and reopen our government now." Senator Dole and Congressman Dingell added, quote, "Piecemeal or partial spending plans do not adequately ensure that our veterans, and indeed all Americans, have access to the system of self-government established to serve and protect them." So, Mr. President, Republicans have a simple choice: continue their current dead-end approach or reopen the government, and then have discussions about health care or the budget or other issues that they wish to discuss. It's time for those Republicans who say that the government should be open, who say that they don't believe in these destructive tactics, to match their words with deeds. It's time for the rhetoric now to give way to leadership. Speaker Boehner can end this all now, end this farce of rifle-shot funding that leaves our government full of holes, and bring to a vote in the House of Representatives a clean, continuing resolution. Open the government, all of it. Open it now, Speaker Boehner, by allowing the House to vote on the Senate bill which will reopen this government. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most people believe in compromise. Coming from Hawaii, I certainly believe in compromise. It's part of who we are. You see, when you live on an island, no matter how contentious issues may get, you know that because of your geographic limitations that you will always see someone the following morning at the Safeway, at the coffee shop, at the bus stop, or back at work. And so I am deeply, personally inclined towards compromise, and so are the people that I represent back in Hawaii. But the problem here is that the House Republicans' supposed compromise is not a compromise at all. Absent from their press conferences and their photo ops is the truth. They are attempting to extort the end of the Affordable Care Act in exchange for doing the job that they were elected to do, a job that 800,000 federal employees need them to do, which is simply just to pass a bill to fund the government. Passing observers, people who are busy last week, may be tempted to cast blame on both parties. But the reality is that there's no question, by any objective measure, whose recklessness has forced our government to halt many of its most important services. This shutdown is on the Speaker and the Tea Party. Meanwhile, my friends and neighbors back home are suffering. 25,000 people in Hawaii are federal employees, and most of them are going without paychecks. More than 36,000 women and children in Hawaii depend on the Supplemental Nutritional Program for Women, Infants, and Children, which makes sure that low-income mothers and infants are fed. Without funding, these families could actually go hungry. More than 3,000 children in Hawaii participate in Head Start programs. Head Start is a program that provides early education and related social services to children and their families. Without funding, these kids will have no place to go every day. Only 3 weeks after 250,000 gallons of molasses spilled into Honolulu Harbor, one of the worst environmental catastrophes in the history of the island of Oahu, federal support for investigation, cleanup, and restoration activities have essentially had to stop. Those Environmental Protection Agency and National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration employees responsible for assisting are not allowed to report to work. And at the Pearl Harbor shipyard, 2,600 employees are furloughed. Workers are forced to stay home, causing real economic hardship. This continued uncertainty not only affects them, but it affects the decisions of future shipyard workers, who may now choose other professions rather than become the naval engineers that Hawaii and our nation desperately need. And with nearly half of their workforce at home, officials at the Pearl Harbor shipyard are forced to make hard choices about what work they can perform. We need to end this shutdown so that the Pearl Harbor shipyard can continue to ensure that our entire naval fleet is ready to respond to any contingency in the Asia Pacific. These are not theoretical hardships or decisions. My constituents have been sharing their situations with me. I've received many, many letters. Let me give you an example of a person from Kailua, Oahu, who wrote to me by saying, let me start by stating that I am a United States citizen. I love my country. I love my job. I want to work, and I'm proud to support the war fighters when I can work. But I am truly disappointed and feel a sense of betrayal over the past 3 months of furloughs, budget cuts, and being worried about my job and career. Another constituent of mine from Mililani on Oahu serves in the reserves. She relies on the money she receives from her monthly unit training assembly to pay her mortgage. She knows she may not be able to meet all of her financial obligations at the end of this month, which is when her paychecks may stop arriving. But she asked me not to give in on the Affordable Care Act because millions of uninsured Americans deserve access to health care. Even residents who do not collect a paycheck from the federal workforce are suffering. One small business owner from Makawao on the island of Maui is suffering because her business relies on traffic to and from the Haleakala National Park, which has been closed since Monday. She says, and I quote, "Many small businesses like mine felt an immediate impact on our sales as tourists canceled their trips into Hawaii's most visited attraction. And last night I got an email from someone who is waiting on a small business loan, and it's not coming through because of the delay in processing through SBA. And this person is expecting to have to lay off 40 individuals from their small company." And so that the idea that this is somehow a pro-business shutdown, the idea that they are protecting the rights of employers, the idea that this is in any way good for the economy is just belied by all of the facts. Personally, working with a reduced staff, I began answering phone calls myself this week, and many of the stories were similar. Without pay and federal services, life has become uncertain and worrisome for thousands of families. And this is all because House Republicans are throwing a temper tantrum and refusing to take a reasonable vote to reopen the government. And this really is a Tea Party temper tantrum, and it's totally unprecedented. It is a low point for the United States Congress. But there is a simple solution to this, and the senior senator from Michigan pointed it out. It is simple. All that has to happen is for the Speaker of the House to put our legislation on the floor and let the House vote. There is a broad bipartisan majority of members of the House of Representatives who want to reopen the government. And so I have two questions, Mr. President. First, for the media and for the constituents of Speaker Boehner, please ask him, why in the world, if there is a majority of members of the House of Representatives prepared to reopen the government, why would he not use his authority to put that legislation on the floor? And I would just ask everyone to ask all of their members of Congress to let the House vote. If we let the House vote, this crisis will be done on Monday morning. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Further, I ask to be able to speak for up to 20 minutes.
Without objection.
And I would request that my staffer, Ed Shellaby, be allowed to come to the floor.
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak about reopening the government. We're now 5 days into a government shutdown that should never have happened. Minnesotans do not want a government shutdown. They want us to do our jobs, not refight the same old political battles over and over again. With each day of this shutdown, I hear more and more reports about how it is affecting Minnesotans, as I'm sure the presiding officer hears about. It is affecting the people of Maine. Minnesotans seeking basic government services are being turned away. Hundreds of people go to the Minneapolis Social Security office each day to get Social Security cards. But on the first day of the shutdown, according to the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, those Minnesotans, some of whom took time off of work and drove long distances, arrived to find the card center closed. Minnesota small businesses are also feeling the impact. Small businesses in Minnesota received an average of $1.8 million in loans every day under the Small Business Administration's loan guarantee programs in 2012. With the government shut down, these programs will no longer take new applications, and our businesses have to put their plans on hold. And it's not just businesses that are facing problems getting access to loans. Minnesota is the home to a lot of great smaller financial institutions. I think we have the second most community banks in the country. We're home to a lot of credit unions, and I talk with them regularly. Earlier this week, I met with folks from some Minnesota credit unions, and they explained to me that as a result of the shutdown, they're having problems approving mortgages because the Social Security Administration can't verify Social Security numbers. That is not just bad for those Minnesotans who are trying to buy or sell a home, it's just also bad for the economy. This week, my office heard from one of those Minnesotans who is in the process of buying a home. Jesse is using a USDA rural development loan. His banker now has all of the documentation compiled and ready to be submitted to rural development for approval, but they're shut down. Jesse was originally supposed to close on October 11th, next Friday. And the sellers were scheduled to close on another property right after closing on the property they're selling to Jesse. Now, Jesse and his family are now living with his in-laws, and they have all their possessions in storage. He just doesn't know whether he's going to be able to close on his new home, all because some people thought it was a good idea to insist on shutting down the government to repeal the health care law, which isn't going to happen and never was going to happen. Jesse is really frustrated and disappointed. He felt compelled to let me know how this is affecting him, how it's affecting people, and they asked me to do whatever possible that I can do to end this shutdown quickly. The shutdown is also affecting other Minnesotans who depend on vital federal programs. Federal nutrition programs, for example. An estimated 125,000 Minnesota mothers and mothers-to-be depend on Women, Infants, and Children Program, or WIC, so that they can buy healthy food for their families. With the shutdown, no new federal funds are available to support WIC. That puts the program in Minnesota and the women and children that it serves at risk. Hopefully, we can avoid any terrible consequences by getting the government up and running as quickly as possible. But in some other states, such as Utah, according to Forbes, they have already stopped accepting new participants. In a shutdown, the Administration for Community Living in the Department of Health and Human Services can't fund senior nutrition programs such as Meals on Wheels. Seniors who rely on Meals on Wheels face uncertainty, and if the shutdown goes on, state and local agencies are state and local agencies are unable to replace the federal funding, outright inability to access the program. And that's why I will be donating my salary during the shutdown to Second Harvest Heartland. It's a great hunger relief organization that works throughout Minnesota to help people who need it to get food. Meanwhile, Minnesota's farmers can't get the resources that they need. Susan Magadens, a constituent of mine from Eden Valley in central Minnesota, works at the USDA Farm Service Agency. She wrote me, and I quote, "This shutdown has cut off services to thousands of American farmers. They cannot get grain checks released and are missing access to funds they require to carry out their operation," unquote. The shutdown is hitting Minnesotans in many other ways as well. The shutdown means that the National Institutes of Health is not awarding any new funds or making payments on recently awarded grants. The Mayo Clinic receives 40% of its research funding from NIH grants. And by the way, this is one of the many reasons we're going to have to address the sequester. This sequester has hit vital NIH funding really hard, though this is an agency that some people seem not to have noticed until the shutdown. Speaking of the effects of the shutdown compounding the damage from the sequester, tribal schools are being hit even harder because they get a substantial portion of their funding from the federal government in what is called impact aid. Impact aid is federal money that goes to school districts where federal property or federal activity significantly reduce the local tax base. The biggest recipients are schools on military bases and on Indian reservations. I have 11 tribes in Minnesota, and some of them get about a third of their school funding from the federal government. I'm on the Indian Affairs Committee, and I can tell you that sequestration has been hitting them even harder than it's been hitting other people. These are some of the most vulnerable kids in the country. Their after-school programs are being canceled because of the sequester. And now on top of that, impact aid is at even greater risk because of the shutdown. That is not right. It is just wrong. Some veteran services through the Department of Veterans Affairs are already being curtailed, and if the shutdown goes on for very much longer, VA will not be able to process benefits, claims, and payments, aggravating the claims backlog that we've been working so hard to address. These are just some of the effects that the shutdown is having on Minnesotans. People are suffering. Minnesotans who have written me and called my office want Congress to get things done, to do our work and not shut down the government. More than a week ago, I voted with the presiding officer and a majority of my colleagues in the Senate and passed a bill to keep the government open and prevent the damage that a shutdown does to our country and to our economy. The House could take up that bill and pass it in a matter of hours, and it would reopen the government immediately. It has been widely reported that enough Republicans and Democrats support that bill for it to pass in the House if Speaker Boehner would only put it up for a vote in the House. That's all he needs to do. Let the full House vote on the continuing resolution. but the House hasn't done that. Instead, a faction of the Republicans in the House has decided that rehashing old political fights and political brinksmanship are more important than getting back to the job that we were sent here to do, which is putting Americans back to work, improving our education, strengthening our economic recovery. Earlier this week, I was asked what I would be working on if there were no shutdown. Well, one of the main things I would be doing is working to pass my Community College to Career Fund Act. This legislation is aimed at closing what is called the skills gap. What is the skills gap? Well, recent studies in Minnesota show that about 1/3 to 1/2 of all manufacturers in our state have jobs that they need filled, but they can't fill because they don't have people with the skills to fill them. There are more than 3 million of those jobs across the country that are going unfilled because of the lack of workers with the right skills. My bill would help those companies that have open positions. It would help workers find jobs. It would help our country be more competitive globally. It would address college affordability. It's the kind of thing we need to be doing. Now, I have seen partnerships between businesses and community colleges in Minnesota that work. At Hennepin Technical College in Hennepin County, for example, a group of manufacturers worked with the school, Hennepin Technical College, created a curriculum where students could get a credentialized degree, a credential. I went to a round table there, and they told me that they had put over 300 students through this course, and 93% of them had permanent jobs. Now, the manufacturers who were involved in this partnership had skin in the game. They gave Hennepin Tech machines. They helped design the curriculum. And now they have people filling the jobs that need to be filled. I've seen this model work throughout Minnesota, and I've seen it work throughout our country. But we still have a skills gap, and that's why my bill would create a competitive grant program to incentivize partnerships between businesses and community colleges. This isn't just manufacturers, it's in healthcare, it's in IT. It would incentivize businesses and community colleges to create programs targeted at getting workers the skills that they need to fill these jobs. This is what I want to be working on. This is what the presiding officer wants to be working on for the people of Maine. This is the kind of thing Americans sent us here to do. Americans want us to learn from strategies that are succeeding in our states, in Minnesota, in Maine, and then work together to make our country more prosperous and stronger. What else are we supposed to do? That's why they sent us here. I recognize that we have political differences that we have to work through. But brinksmanship and crises can't be the rule. They should be the exception. After the debt ceiling crisis in 2011, Standard & Poor's downgraded our nation's credit rating, and they cited the dysfunction in Congress as the main reason. After that, I believe most people in this country thought, okay, well, we've learned our lesson. We're not going to govern by crisis and brinksmanship. And in fact, this year, in March, the Senate passed a budget through the regular process, through regular order. And the House passed a budget. It's a different budget, but that's the way it works. And then you get together for a conference. We have sought for months to have a conference with the House to resolve the differences in regular order. But we were stopped by the same senators who thought it was a good idea to shut down the government to defund the Affordable Care Act. And the House has simply refused to go to conference. Instead, they waited for the government shutdown and then sought to go to conference on a 2.5-month continuing resolution that would delay the health care law for a year. That is irresponsible. Minnesotans and Americans, they want us to govern responsibly. Brenda Gorrich from Duluth wrote me on Wednesday about her husband, a disabled veteran whose disability benefit is now further delayed due to the shutdown. She says, and I quote, "We would rather do without than have you give in to delaying the Affordable Care Act. Please stand strong and do not let anyone change or delay this. We will sit tight without income while you work towards this," unquote. And overwhelmingly, Americans do not want us to shut down the government to stop the implementation of the Affordable Care Act. And earlier this week, Minnesota's healthcare exchange opened and, according to Minnesota Public Radio, received approximately 100,000 web hits on its first days, the second highest numbers of hits in any state. And believe me, we are not the second largest state. So the shutdown is not actually stopping implementation of the health care law. Instead, the shutdown is threatening to do serious damage to our economy. Today, jobless claims are close to a 5-year low. The second quarter of 2013 marked 9 consecutive quarters of economic growth. The private sector has created 7.5 million jobs over the last 42 months. There are more people on private non-farm payrolls than at any time since September of 2008. But the shutdown is putting our still fragile economic recovery in jeopardy. Moody's chief economist, Mark Zandi, testified before the Senate a few weeks ago that a shutdown lasting just a few days would cost the economy approximately 0.2% of GDP, and a longer shutdown could cost as much as 1.4%. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has called on Congress to keep the government open, stating, and I quote, "It is not in the best interest of the U.S. business community or the American people to risk even a brief government shutdown that might trigger disruptive consequences or raise new policy uncertainties washing over the U.S. economy," unquote. This shutdown is painful for our constituents, and it is damaging the economy. And everyone should understand this is costing the government money. Some people may think, well, at least if the government is shut down, we're saving money. But actually, the very opposite is the case. Recently in the New York Times, they had an editorial that detailed some of the reasons that shutdowns end up being very expensive. A shutdown government can't collect fines and fees. Contractors build in the cost of the shutdown and the added probability of future shutdowns to how much they charge the government. Furloughing government workers means lost productivity. Lost economic output means lower tax revenue for federal, state, and local governments. This shutdown is unnecessary and it is irrational. Please, let's reopen the government and get back to the work that the people elected us to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, today marks the 5th day of the government shutdown. With each passing day, the consequences grow more severe, more people are affected, and the implications grow far more serious. Federal civilian employees working to support our National Guard, overhaul our nuclear submarines, and analyze the latest terrorist threat are being furloughed, leaving us less safe as a country. Now, I understand that this afternoon, Secretary Hagel, in response to a letter that the presiding officer and I signed along with many of our colleagues, is recalling some of those civilian workers. But there are still other implications. Disabled veterans who have sacrificed so much for this country are facing delays in the handling of their claims. Pregnant women and little children who depend on the foods provided by the WIC program are at risk. And vital biomedical research is being disrupted such that even the sickest children cannot enroll in clinical trials at the National Institutes of Health. And the impact goes beyond these services provided by essential federal programs. Jobs in the private sector are affected as well. In Maine, our gem of a national park, Acadia National Park, is shuttered during the peak of the foliage season. This not only disappoints tourists, it hurts innkeepers, owners of bed and breakfast organizations, servers at restaurants, and small gift shop entrepreneurs who depend on these tourists during this time of year. The list of harm goes on and on and on and worsens with each passing day. It is time, Mr. President, for this shutdown to end. Mr. President, from the start of this debate, I've urged our House colleagues not to adopt a policy that linked Obamacare with the funding of government. I've been outspoken in my own opposition to Obamacare and have cast many a vote consistent with that position. I've co-sponsored and introduced bills to reform the law so that we can better rein in healthcare costs and truly help the uninsured without jeopardizing their jobs and without imposing billions of dollars of new taxes, fees, and penalties that discourage job creation and drive up costs. But the fact is, Mr. President, the Democratic Senate is never going to pass, nor is President Obama ever going to sign a bill that repeals his signature accomplishment. So now that we have all made crystal clear where we stand on Obamacare, it is past time that we reason together on how to bring this impasse to an end. In that regard, I must express my own disappointment in the lack of results from the President's meeting with congressional leaders and what I understand to be the President's refusal to enter into negotiations with Congress. So let me present to my colleagues and to the President for their consideration a proposal to bring an end to the shutdown. The proposal is based on concepts that have been discussed by Senator Pat Toomey and Congressman Charlie Dent. And they also reflect my own personal discussions with many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Mr. President, even the staunchest advocates of Obamacare, including the president himself, recognize that the law is not perfect. What 2,000-plus page law dealing with extremely complex issues could be? The president himself has delayed implementation of the employer mandate and certain consumer protections. I have therefore searched for common ground on reforming Obamacare, seeking a proposal that has widespread bipartisan support in order to attract the necessary votes of our House colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And that is the repeal of the 2.3% tax on the sales of medical equipment. When such an amendment repealing this tax was considered by the Senate during the budget resolution, it passed by a resounding vote of 79 to 20. Clearly, it has strong bipartisan support. This $30 billion tax on medical devices such as pacemakers and defibrillators will cause the loss of as many as 43,000 domestic jobs, according to industry estimates. It will reduce investment in research to produce new medical devices, and ironically, it will increase healthcare costs because the manufacturers will simply pass on the cost to consumers. Now, the administration has protested the idea of repealing this tax because it would lose $30 billion in revenue over the next 10 years. Fair enough. Let's make up for the lost revenue by providing an offset. It's a complicated one, but it works. It's called pension smoothing. It would smooth out the amount of payments that businesses make into pension plans. This is not an unusual concept. New York State has adopted it to allow local school systems to reduce their annual pension contributions somewhat next year in exchange for higher payments in future years. The result of allowing private businesses to smooth out their pension contributions would produce tax revenue by lowering their deductions, and that could be used to offset the cost of repealing the tax on medical equipment. Second, I would propose that the continuing resolution funding government include a bipartisan bill that Senator Mark Udall and I introduced earlier this year to give agencies flexibility to deal with sequestration. It makes no sense at all for federal managers not to be able to set priorities and then submit their plans to the appropriations committees as they do now with reprogramming requests. Sequestration is a flawed policy. It does not discriminate between absolutely essential programs and those that are duplicative, wasteful, or simply less important. Now, it is Congress that should be making these decisions. But if across-the-board MEDAX cuts of sequestration stay in effect, the least we can do is let federal managers set priorities and manage their budgets subject to congressional oversight. Mr. President, it is my hope that if repeal of the medical equipment tax offset fully by the pension smoothing proposal, plus the Collins-Udall flexibility bill, were combined with a continuing resolution to fund government, we might well have the combination necessary to secure the votes and reopen government. Surely it is worth a try. So on this late Saturday afternoon, I offer this proposal and I urge my House colleagues to send us such a bill, which I would then urge the Senate Majority Leader to schedule for an immediate vote. Mr. President, we have a lot to do to restore the public's confidence in our ability to govern. We can start by offering and voting on specific proposals such as this one. It is time that both sides come out from their partisan corners, stop fighting, and start legislating in good faith. The shutdown represents a failure to govern and must be brought to an end. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not happy to be here, but it is an honor and a privilege to be on the Senate floor representing the people of Louisiana and speaking for constituents around the country on this important subject. And it's unfortunate that we're here today because of the irresponsible behavior of one group of members from one party in basically one chamber. And while I most certainly respect my colleague from Maine and think that the proposal that she's generally outlined has a lot of merit, and I would add there will probably be 15, 20, or 25 other senators from both parties who have worked together to find common ground on many, many issues that could come up with equally meritorious proposals. It misses a very important point. And the point is simply that the House Republicans and a handful of Senate Republicans have forced the government into a shutdown, hurting their own constituents, hundreds of thousands of their own constituents, and small businesses in their district who don't deserve in any way to be dragged into this fight or to be used as bait in these negotiations. That point cannot be understated, and it cannot be ignored. This whole issue is not caused because neither side can compromise or we can't find common ground. We've proven that over and over and over again on hundreds of issues. I myself, along with a senator from Maine, and you, who are new here, the presiding officer, but not new to government, have been part of dozens of extraordinary efforts when there didn't seem to be any way forward to find a way. So we know how to do that. We can do it. The problem is that there is a rump group of Republicans and the Republican House leadership that has made a terrible mistake in shutting the government down and putting government workers and our private sector partners, and I want to underscore, our private sector partners. This government does not work with just federal employees alone. They do a bulk and wonderful work, many of them do, that we rely on every day. Our neighbors, our relatives, our aunts, uncles, etc. But the real power is not just with them, it's with the private sector that helps this government and our nonprofit, not-for-profit sector that joins with us in fulfilling the missions, the important missions of government that have been put at risk. What that rump group did, though, was basically take all of this hostage until they get something. And what they want to date is not clear. They want many things, all sorts of different things. One of them is to repeal the Affordable Care Act or to dismantle it in such a way that it can't work to provide, for the first time in the history of America, affordable access to health insurance. There are other reasons that have been stated. They don't like the spending levels, they don't like the debt, they don't like Democrats generally, they don't like President Obama. I mean, there have been many things I've read about what they've said. But no matter what they've said, their actions are irresponsible, reckless, and neither the president nor the Democrats should enter into negotiation with a gun to our constituents' heads. That's as simple as it is. There's a difference, but it's an important difference. House Republicans cannot get Democrats to any negotiating table unless they put the weapons down. These weapons are being used against their own constituents and their own businesses in their own districts, and it is not fair. I want to read from one of my constituents who says it better than I could. So one of the messages that came into our office, we've been closed but functioning with a small staff. This message is from Vicky Cusimano, whose wife, Mark, is a 13-year military veteran who works on planes as a technician at one of our great air stations, Belle Chase, Louisiana, which, by the way, would be on high alert today because there's a storm out in the Gulf of Mexico. Thank goodness it's not a hurricane, but it's a tropical storm, Karen, that has put the whole Gulf Coast, a little bit on edge. It's not a huge and powerful storm, but these storms are unpredictable, as you know from the coastal state yourself, how these things can happen. Anyway, Belle Chase is right there. Vicky is there as well with her husband, Mark, a 13-year veteran. She says, they, speaking of Congress, just pushed us away and said, hey, we're going to fight and you're going to pay for it. Well, they're still getting paychecks. We're not. And now we're trying to figure out how we're going to fend for our families. That's what Mark said. Vicky says, we have bills to pay. And you can't tell Wells Fargo, sorry, I can't pay my house note today because the federal government has furloughed my husband. So I want to clarify, because I've been one of the ones saying, we do need to negotiate, but we need to negotiate without a gun to our head. We need to negotiate when the House decides and the House recognizes that their reckless behavior cannot be encouraged, that it's wrong. And I know it's hard when you make a mistake to admit you're wrong. It's very difficult to do, but this would be a time to do it. And then move on to negotiations that we can have over everything, whether it's the Affordable Care Act, whether it's the budget, whether it's the appropriations. I'm chair of the Homeland Security Appropriations Bills. I most certainly know how to negotiate a major bill, $42 billion. Dan Coates is my ranking member from Indiana. We've been in negotiations literally on and off for years as partners on the Homeland Security bill. But when we asked the Democrats and the president, but the Democrats asked to go to the budget conference to work out the differences between the budget in the House, the Ryan budget, and the budget in the Senate, the Murray budget, which unusually was passed during the same week. People won't even remember this because it was so long ago. It was sometime in April. The House passed their budget after an open, raucous debate. We passed our budget. I think we stayed on the floor until 5 o'clock in the morning, as I recall. I can remember being very tired, and everybody was pretty aggravated. But we stayed here, and we got our work done. So when people call for negotiation, the time for negotiation was then, and we can still have this 6-month delayed negotiation. But the House Republicans, the Tea Party Republicans and House Republicans have to put their weapons down. You cannot negotiate with a gun to your head. And it's not fair. It's not just to ours, but it's to our constituents and to our businesses on their behalf. I'm saying to my delegation and to the House Republicans, don't use these reckless and irresponsible tactics. And in addition, don't even threaten, don't even use the threat of not living up to the full faith and credit of the United States of America. You are really playing with fire then. And that's what I believe the president is saying. That's what Democrats are saying. Now, we have proven it's not a matter of conjecture or a matter of guessing or a matter of, well, they say they negotiate, but they really won't. This is the record. I mean, here is the record. This is evidence. This is not something anybody made up, and it's in the congressional record. I'm not going to read the whole sheet here, but I'm going to say that what this says is on 19 separate occasions, Senator Reid or Senator Murray or Senator Wyden or one of the Democrats came to the floor. Here are the dates: April 23rd, May 6th, May 7th, May 8th, May 9th, May 14th, May 15th, May 16th, May 21st, May 22nd, et cetera, June 19th, 26th, July, August, and then the latest was September of, October 2nd. Okay, those are the facts. And on every single occasion, there were 5 senators that stood up on behalf of the others here and blocked it and said, no, we will not go to budget conference. Those senators were Senator McConnell on May 8th, Senator McConnell on May 9th, et cetera, Senator Paul on May 21st, Senator Toomey on June 19th, Senator Cruz, who's been the leader of this irresponsible and reckless strategy, which is getting, I don't think, his party or his future anywhere, but I will have to see about that. Mike Lee on July 17th, and then Senator Rubio on July 1. And I asked for 5 more minutes.
Is there objection? Hearing none.
So this is the record. When people say Democrats haven't been willing to negotiate, that is false, false, false. We have been trying to negotiate for 6 months, and the way you negotiate is going to a budget committee. Now, we are in control of the Senate. The people elected us. No one appointed me here. The people of the United States elected us in a fair and square election. Some of us won by a lot, some of us won by small amounts, but this was an election by the people of the United States. The people elected the Republican leadership in the House. They passed a budget, we passed a budget. All we have to do is go to conference. But not everyone in Washington is reckless. Not everyone loves to fight over our constituents' misfortune of unemployment and lack of business. There's a small group that put them on the chopping block, and they need to take them off. They should not be used as fodder in political fighting and debate. It is not right. That's the argument. So when they remove the constituents and refund the government and put the government open again, we could then ask to go to conference. This time, they should say yes. They just have to not show up, sit in your desk, and just not say anything, don't object, we'll go to conference. In the budget conference, then, you put everything on the table, everything. You can talk about anything you want. You can talk about taxes, no taxes. You can talk about how much money you want to spend overall. And most importantly, you can decide how much revenue, how much tax. That is what the American people want, is a budget. We haven't had one for a while. We need to get one. We've had spending limits, but we've not had a budget. We've spending limits, but we've not had a budget. Let's get a budget. Then those of us that are appropriators, and I'm one of those, and I'm in charge of help to try to build the Homeland Security budget, the chairman then will give us the number that's agreed to by Democrats and Republicans, and they'll say to me and to Senator Coates, okay, you have X amount of money to spend, you've got lots and lots of requests out there, you've got lots and lots of responsibility. Let me just list a few. Securing the entire border of the United States, all airports, all land ports, all river ports. We have to check all the cargo that comes into the country. Our budget funds TSA, not the most popular group, but we try to keep our air travelers safe and support international commerce at every level. Every business traveler that's trying to cut a deal in Germany or in England or in Asia has to get either pre-clearance or global entry or travel. We support that effort. We want our businesses out there making contracts, bringing jobs to America, increase. We can't do that if this budget doesn't get done. So give us a number. We'll put the best we can together. We will live within the restrictions that are given to us or the guidelines that are given to us. We will not spend 1 penny more than what the budget tells us. But we can't even get there because not everyone is being reckless. Not everyone is being unreasonable. There is a clearly identifiable group led by the senator from Texas. One of his colleagues, or one of the press, I'm not sure who, but it was a great quote, said that Senator Cruz has led the Republican Party and the Tea Party into the middle of 8 lanes of traffic and walked away. 8 lanes of traffic with traffic coming both ways is a very unsafe and dangerous place to be. They're going to have to find their way to the side of that road. Open the government and then say yes to a budget conference where all things can be negotiated and have been for literally hundreds of years. This is not a new process that the United States Senate and the Congress have been undertaking. This is regular order. Now, I'm going to end here. This is day 5, and I want to put into the record, since they're in the middle of traffic now with no way, very few ways, safe ways out for them, but we could open the government and get to the negotiating table. I want to just put into the record that for businesses, just try to get this, for businesses, 800,000 workers. Now, I know they passed a bill just a little while ago to say these workers could be paid. You know, that's important to do. But again, it's not just workers. What about the contracts that they're supposed to be giving out of the projects? They still don't have authorization, even if they come back to work to do that, and it's going to affect business. Let me say how much. The federal government spends $400 billion in the private sector. That's $1 billion a day. So this reckless behavior has already cost $5 billion. Every day, $1 billion gone. Now, is there resolution in the House going to reinstate that $1 billion that small businesses have lost, or businesses generally? I don't think so. I didn't read the fine print. I don't think that's in there. Every day, if you say that 25% of all of our contracts should go to 5 business, that's $240 million a day for small businesses lost. And in one bank, and let me just say this, and then the government roughly loans about 150 loans to small businesses every day. So we're in day 5. That's 600 loans gone. And I could go on and on with every day how this affects business. So I'm happy to see in conclusion that the House, in realizing that they're in a bad, bad situation, has sent a lifeline out to the 800 federal employees, their own constituents that they put on the chopping block and took those paychecks as negotiating fodder because they don't like a bill that passed 3 years ago, upheld by the federal government, and is being instituted in the majority of states, including states with Republican governors. Now that is foolishness, recklessness, and irresponsibility. But that's what they did. We didn't do that. They did that. Now, if we open the government, get contracts going again, get small businesses to stop threatening small businesses who have nothing to do with this, then we can go to the budget conference and open up everything for the negotiation. Maybe we can do the medical device tax. Maybe we can do, I'd like to work on flood insurance. For one, my constituents are going crazy. Flood insurance has gone up tenfold. I can't even get to a negotiating table on that. We'd like to pass the WRDA bill in Louisiana. I'd like to see the Keystone Pipeline negotiated. I'm for the Keystone Pipeline. The president is against it. But maybe we can find some way forward on that. But we can't go anywhere till we get out of 8 lanes of traffic. And the only way to do that is to admit you were wrong, open the government up, and then go to conference and put everything on the table and let's talk. And I yield the floor. I see my good friend from Connecticut here, and I thank him for joining on the floor today, and yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, before I make my remarks, I have a brief unanimous consent request. That is that a request of unanimous consent that the period of morning business be extended until 5 p.m. today with all other provisions of the previous order remaining in effect.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me thank my great friend from Louisiana for her remarks and for all the work she's done to stand up for her constituents, but also for small businesses. I think she makes a great point that right now there are thousands of small businesses throughout my state, the Northeast, through your state as well, Mr. President, that are waiting for loans from the SBA that can't get them because right now the SBA is essentially out of business. That right now is having a detrimental effect on our economy. I want to thank her for her great advocacy on behalf of small businesses throughout Louisiana and across the country. Mr. President, there's a lot of truth to the fact that there can be mutual blame thrown around this place very often when it comes to the reasons why we haven't solved a lot of our most vexing problems as a nation. The deficit, for instance, didn't get to be the size that it is without both parties playing a role in the fact that we still sit back without the will to try to take on that enormous problem and burden that we're leaving to our kids. That, I think, is due to both Republican and Democratic intransience. So there are a lot of things that happen here in which you can very accurately and appropriately assess that both sides of the aisle have been part of the blame. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. When it comes to trying to figure out the reasons why our government is shut down, it is pretty simple to explain how we got here. And yet, I've heard a lot of my friends on the other side blame the majority leader or blame the president for the shutdown. I've even heard some newscasts try to suggest that it's just sort of good old-fashioned generic gridlock here in Washington that has led to this shutdown. Mostly the American public gets it. I think mostly the American public understands that this is essentially a shutdown of the federal government caused by a small band of ideological conservatives in the House of Representatives called the Tea Party. And I've sort of tried to struggle with how to explain this to the handful of people back in Connecticut that still don't really understand what's going on here. And although there's really no way to create an analogy that works for this, I mean, this shutdown is so ridiculous, it's so unique that there's really no metaphor that works. I've tried this one. So imagine that there's a couple and they live in Boston, let's say. And the wife really loves living in Boston, but the husband's sort of been fed up with Boston for a little while. He wants to move to the West Coast, let's say to San Francisco. But they've been living in Boston for a long time, and they have this disagreement as to what to do next. And they've been having it for a while, they just haven't sorted it out. But they chose to live in Boston, and so that's where they continue to be. And one day the husband comes home and just says to his wife, you know what? I've had enough. I've had enough. I want to move to San Francisco. And if you don't agree, I'm going to call up some contractors and have them come over and take the roof off our house. She says, what are you talking about? Take the roof off our house? I had never talked about the roof coming off our house. The roof is important. It keeps us warm. It keeps us dry. You're kidding, right? You're not going to take the roof off the house. I said, listen, I'm going to give you 3 days. And if you don't agree to move to San Francisco, then I'm going to call somebody and take the roof off of our house. She says, well, of course I'm not going to do that. Of course I'm not going to move to a place that I don't want to move to. We should talk about that. We should come up with a compromise. We should discuss this. And certainly I'm not going to agree to move to San Francisco if you're threatening to take the roof off the house. 3 days goes by, she goes to work, she comes home, and the roof is gone. He took it off. She can't believe it. She can't believe it. Rain's coming in. It's the middle of winter. It's freezing cold. It's miserable. And he shows up to work on the second day and says to his coworkers, you can't believe what my wife did. She took the roof off our house. Coworkers say, well, what do you mean? I told her we had to move to San Francisco, and when she didn't agree, I told her I was going to take the roof off the house, and I did, but it was her decision. She wouldn't move to where I wanted to move, and so I had to go through with it. I had to take the roof off the house. If you were that coworker and listened to that story, you'd know exactly what was going on. You'd know exactly who to blame. You would associate yourself with the decision that the wife made to say, forget it, I'm not moving somewhere with that threat hanging over my head. And you'd back her up when she said, put the roof back on the house before we start discussing about where we're going to live next. That's essentially what's happening here. We had always assumed that the operation of the federal government was not something that we negotiated over. Just like the woman in my analogy assumed that the roof being on the house was just not something that she had to worry about disappearing. And yet here we are. The government is shut down simply because of the demands of a small group of Tea Party Republicans in the House of Representatives. Now, their demands in this case is that they want the health care law repealed, despite the fact that it was passed by 2 legislative bodies, signed by the president, upheld by the Supreme Court, verified in an election in which a president who said he would implement it got reelected by a huge margin, and every single senator in this place that supported it and ran for reelection got reelected. That's their demand in this case. And as the senator from Louisiana said, we should react just like we would expect that woman to react. We want the government back up and operating, and then we'll talk. I want the roof back on my house before we're going to discuss where we're going to live. And this isn't about politics any longer. This isn't about inconvenience. We're now going into the second week of this shutdown, and Mr. President, it's starting to ruin lives. Like Melanie Rhodes from Bridgeport, Connecticut. A few years ago, Melanie was homeless, living out on the streets. Things were really, really tough for Melanie. And Melanie got pregnant, had a little boy about 2 months premature, wonderful little boy named Malachi. Malachi had some developmental issues right off the bat, but she knew that her life had changed and that she had to do everything possible for her little boy. And so she got him into Birth to 3, our early screening program. They identified the problems he had. He got connected with a Head Start program in which he enrolled at about 9 months old. And Malachi is still behind his peers at 3 years old, but he's doing a lot better. He's beginning to finally communicate with a handful of signs, and every day that he's been in that Head Start program, his life and her life has gotten better. And you know what? Even though she has been struggling through the worst recession of her life, of my life, of most of our lives, she has started to turn the corner as well. She applied everywhere over the last 3 years. She did everything we would have asked of her to try to find a job. She applied to Walmart, to Walgreens, to McDonald's. And finally, just in the past few weeks, she got a job as a bus driver. She had completed her training. She was just waiting for her background check to come through, and she was going to start her job in a couple, actually not even a couple weeks. I think it was a matter of days. She was going to start her job. Well, she stayed up all night last Monday night, past midnight, watching CNN, watching the news to see if the government was going to be up and operating, because she knew that the Bridgeport Head Start program runs on a budget that expires at the end of September. And so that was one of the handful of programs that would shut down immediately upon the shutdown of the government. She woke up on Tuesday morning and hoped against all hope by calling Head Start to just see if maybe they were going to be up and operating, and they weren't. They had shut down. Bridgeport told 1,000 families across southwestern Connecticut that they couldn't show up for preschool that day, that their families had to scramble to find some coverage or child care. And for Melanie, it was a double disaster because she's got a child with developmental disabilities, and she can't just have anybody take care of him. And so she's had a hard time finding someone, and she's now going to be faced not only with inappropriate care for her child, perhaps setting him back developmentally, but she also probably can't start that job that she was waiting for as well. Take that situation and multiply it times 1,000 just in one city in Connecticut. Then look at the fact that that problem could be multiplied 18,000 times over the course of next week as more Head Start programs shut down. And you start to see that this shutdown is not about politics, it's not about inconvenience, it's really about people's lives falling apart. What about the 1,500 workers at Sikorsky Aircraft, many of which are in Connecticut, the majority of which are in Connecticut? They have about 43 employees from the federal government that inspect the helicopters as they go down the assembly line. But because those helicopter assembly lines, making Black Hawk helicopters for the U.S. military, they move pretty fast, if they don't have those inspectors for a handful of days, they can't continue to move the assembly line. So on Friday, 1,500 workers were furloughed from Sikorsky Aircraft, let go until those inspectors are back on the job. 43 inspectors equal 1,500 private sector layoffs. You know what, when you get laid off from a job, sometimes if you can see it coming, you can try to make arrangements. If you're on a paycheck-to-paycheck basis where everything that comes in goes right back out again to pay your food bills or your mortgage bills or your student loans, whatever it may be, if you can see the layoff coming, then you might be able to scramble to try to find a part-time job or just save a little bit more for the final few months of your employment. But when you get a notice that in 2 days you are going to be laid off for an indefinite amount of time, there's no way for the people that were living paycheck to paycheck to put their lives together. As Senator Landrieu said, that results in mortgage payments being missed, in credit ratings going into the tank, lives being ruined off of a purely political crisis caused by a handful of right-wing Republicans in the House of Representatives. And I hear my friends on the other side of the aisle and Speaker Boehner say, yeah, but if the Democrats would just negotiate, would just compromise, we could get this thing done. Well, Mr. President, before I give the floor to my friend from Rhode Island, let me just say 2 things about that insistence from Republicans that the problem here is not their demands that the health care law be repealed before we open the government, but it's that Democrats won't sit down and negotiate. Well, I think the senator from Louisiana said it best, it makes no sense to negotiate with a gun to our head. Open the government and we'll sit down and talk about anything you want to talk about. But let's also discuss what the positions of the 2 parties are. Republicans want the most important achievement of President Obama's first term repealed. We want the government to just continue to be operational. Republicans want a law that will ensure 30 million more people with health care taken off the books. We want the government to just continue to pay its bills. What I'm trying to say here, Mr. President, is that we don't actually have demands. All we want is for the things that our constituents have always expected to happen to continue to happen. All we've asked for in this crisis created by Tea Party Republicans is for the government to be open and for the government to just continue to pay its bills. We could make a bunch of our own demands. Heck, I think that it's ridiculous that we don't have background checks on the purchase of firearms in this country. But I'm not saying that I'm going to shut down the government unless I get my way on background checks. All I want is the government to be open and for us to pay our bills. And second, normally you negotiate when you don't have consensus. Normally you sit down and compromise when 50% of the Senate and 50% of the House don't agree to the exact same thing. That's the very reason why you have to sit down and talk, because you don't have consensus. We do, Mr. President. We have a bill, which is the clean continuing resolution, and otherwise just keep the government up and operating for another 6 weeks on the same rules that it used to be operating, that we got, I think, 55 votes for here in the Senate, and is publicly supported by the majority of the House of Representatives. Why would we negotiate when we already have a bill that is supported by the majority of the Senate and the majority of the House? The only thing that has to happen in order for the government to get back up and on its feet is for Speaker Boehner to call a vote on that bill. It makes no sense that Speaker Boehner says, sit down and negotiate, when there is already a proposal pending before the House that has the support of the majority of both bodies. We don't have a lot to negotiate over because all we want is the government to open and for us to pay our bills. We don't need to negotiate because we already have a proposal that enjoys the support of the majority of this body and the majority of that body. Tea Party Republicans should stop holding this country hostage to their ideological demands. Speaker Boehner should call a vote on this bill tonight, and this totally unnecessary, totally self-created crisis could come to an end today. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would ask Unanimous Consent to speak up to 20 minutes, as in the morning business.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are 5 days into the government shutdown, but unfortunately there has been no progress on resolving this issue. Now, I disagree with some policies championed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And indeed, I sometimes disagree with the President and members of my own party on specific policy prescriptions. Case in point, raising the student loan interest rates and the so-called Jobs Act. In both cases, I tried to make my best argument on the merits of the issue, and then we voted, moved on, and I'm still working to try to improve both laws. I haven't given up, but I've not shut the government down because my views didn't prevail. And so I say to my colleagues on the other side, the way to change laws that you do not like is not to shut down the government at the expense of your fellow Americans and the expense of our economy. It is try to build consensus and persuade a broad swath of the American people that there is a better way of doing things and make concrete proposals. It's been pointed out many times before that the House of Representatives has attempted to repeal the Affordable Care Act 45 times, at last count, I believe. But I've yet to hear any credible plan put forth to replace it, or strengthen it, or make it work better. And the American people want this effort to succeed. They would like it modified if it needs modification, but they have rejected this attitude of we're just going to strip the whole books of significant legislation and replace it with what? We don't know. That's irresponsible. Now, this Senate, this Congress is a great institution. Our founding fathers in the wisdom set up a system with plenty of room for debate, different points of view, and checks and balances. But checks and balances is not what is happening today. The government has been shut down not because Congress can't agree on levels of funding. We agree. We have actually agreed with the House on their level. The real reason is that some on the other side of the aisle, and I do think it's just a small cadre, have a very different vision about the government itself. And this is not hyperbole. You can recall, we all can recall, during the Republican presidential primaries, you had candidates seeing who could outpromise each other in terms of eliminating aspects of the federal government. They proposed getting rid of the EPA, the Commerce Department, the Department of Education, FEMA, the Department of Energy, not reforming these agencies, not changing their missions, not making them more efficient, more effective, but just doing away with them. And that spirit is animating the House today, unfortunately. I'm particularly glad that that view did not prevail in the last election, because these agencies are vital to all Americans. Looking back in Rhode Island, we were victims of serious historic flooding over the last several years. If FEMA was not there to step in and help us, we'd still be trying to pull ourselves together. As a small state, like Connecticut, like other states, we wouldn't have the resources to do it. We saw the same thing with Hurricane Sandy. They were there, helping efficiently, effectively. And those are one of the agencies that my colleagues are not allowing to operate today. Many of the small business men and women in my community, manufacturers, et cetera, have been aided immensely by the Department of Commerce. That's something else that was on the hit list during the presidential primaries by Republican candidates. And those of us who enjoy clean water, fresh air, and the importance of a healthy environment, i.e. every American, even if they don't notice it or admit it, their health and the health of their children would be jeopardized severely if EPA was eliminated. Now, there are calls repeatedly to make it more efficient, more effective, make it more businesslike, and those calls have to be recognized and heeded. But the notion that we just wipe it away and the private markets, private self-interest will ensure that our air is clean, our water is clean, our health is protected, that's not something that I think is either realistic or indeed even something that's arguable. There's room in this country for a range of views. And I recognize that many of my colleagues who consider themselves members of the Tea Party are simply doing their best to represent the views of those who sent them here. But I would hope that everyone who has been entrusted with the responsibility of government can work together to at least make the government function, i.e. to stay open. That, I think, is a basic responsibility that our constituents entrusted us with when they sent us to Washington. There's nothing patriotic about shutting down the government, putting hundreds of thousands of people out of work, and potentially forcing our country into default. And the hundreds of thousands out of work are not just government employees. As my colleague from Connecticut pointed out, defense contractors now are beginning to furlough workers. These industries are the heart and soul of so many communities. And when these jobs are lost, there is a multiplier effect. These are the good jobs, but it affects the entire community. And this cascading series of economic problems will get worse each day we keep this government closed. Both sides need to work together. But we have already significantly compromised on our side. Again, as the senator from Connecticut pointed out, we are voting for a continuing resolution at the House levels, not our levels, a multi-billion-dollar gap. We've accepted that, at least for the interim period, the 6 weeks or so of the continuing resolution. We accept the House's position. And for many of us who've been arguing vociferously to end the sequestration, to increase spending, to increase investment, this was a significant compromise. We're not seeing that reciprocated on the other side. It's my way or the highway. Stop Obamacare or nothing gets done. Government doesn't work and we will default on our credit. That is reckless, irresponsible, and does not serve the interests of those who sent us here. It's time for those who are proposing these wild plans of shutting down the government if they don't get exactly what they want to grasp the reality of the situation. We cannot keep this government closed. This closure will last as long as Speaker Boehner wants it to. He can, under the rules of the House, call this bill up within hours, or perhaps less. Or Republicans can join Democrats and sign a discharge petition to bring it to the floor, regardless of the Speaker's position. Those are two paths that should be taken immediately to open up this government. Now, we all have a shared responsibility to govern. And as I sense it, one of the basic rationales of this government is keep the lights on, keep people working. Let's get to the difficult negotiations of how we improve efficiency, how we improve operations, but we have a responsibility to keep our government open, to open it and then keep it open. And the longer this shutdown drags on, the more people are affected. Cancer patients, young mothers, scientific researchers, federal employees, people who take prescription drugs, all are being negatively impacted. Government contractors are being laid off. So let us work together and reopen the government for business. Let's continue to debate the issues. We have many issues that we can debate, but not under the sword of Damocles of a government that is closed and an economy that is beginning to lose more and more of its momentum and strength. That just harms the American people, irresponsibly and recklessly, for very narrow, self-interested principles. Now, there's also another aspect here, too. It's not just this government shutdown, but we are coming perilously close to the potential default on the debt of the United States. Now, the government closure is affecting our economy dramatically. A default on a debt could be catastrophic. And there's a growing risk that this brinksmanship on the part of the Republican Party could force us to that default. We are only 12 days away from a potential default because the Tea Party Republicans would rather play with their games over the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, than choose to do what we've always done, pay our bills. Not borrow more money to spend more. This is because we have to pay for those things we all agreed on, Republicans and Democrats, through congressional appropriations, through legislation creating programs like Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. These are obligations we've incurred, and we won't be able to pay all of them. Indeed, on October 17th, unless my Republican colleagues end their obstruction, the nation will not be able to pay its bills, causing dire consequences for American workers and our economy. Many commentators have pointed out a default will destabilize the national and global economy. It could cause another financial crisis, and over the span of a month cause an estimated $160 billion shortfall of federal spending that would cause a severe economic contraction. If we can't pay our debts, then we will contract activity. That contraction will be multiplied in the economy. Our economic growth will slow. In fact, not only decelerate, it could collapse. Ironically, one aspect of that will almost overnight increase our deficit. As less economic activity produces less revenue, produces more people who are laid off, eligible for unemployment compensation, it is a downward spiral. And economists on both sides agree that it's just the specter of a default that has serious economic consequences. In fact, we've already seen the 1-month interest rate on treasuries jump over the 6-month and the year-long rates. The market's already voting. They are nervous. They are nervous that the Republicans will carry out these threats. And you can see it in what they're demanding in order to buy the short-term paper of the United States versus the longer-term paper. And we just have to look back at August 2011 to know that there will be consequences. Back then, the Republicans pushed us perilously close to defaulting on the debt. And that manufactured crisis set back job growth in the economy. The Government Accountability Office estimated that the 2011 debt ceiling crisis cost taxpayers $1.3 billion in that fiscal year. It also rattled American households and created economic uncertainty from June to August 2011. Consumer confidence fell 22%. And I would suspect that as this debate, particularly with respect to the debt ceiling, continues to pick up over the next few days, American consumers will become more and more nervous. It took several months after August 2011 for the recovery of consumer confidence, for people to come back into the marketplace, to begin to participate. Back then, the S&P 500 index of equity prices fell about 17% in that period. And it did not recover to its average over the first half of the year until well into 2012. So you're going to see a market effect. We know that. That was in August 2011. And indeed, I'm concerned that this crisis is even more perilous because the opposition seems to be more intransigent. Those people are saying, there won't be any consequences of default, or repeal of Obamacare is more important than anything else, even the economic well-being of the United States. Now, roughly half of the United States households own stock either directly or indirectly through mutual funds or 401k accounts. So this fall in equity prices, which we saw in 2011, will cut across a wide swath of the American public. In fact, we saw again in 2011, as a result of the approaching and debating the fact that we may or may not pass the debt ceiling, wiped out about $2.4 trillion of household wealth. Now, this decline in wealth leads to a decline in consumption. And consumption, consumer spending accounts for 70% of our gross domestic product. So just put the links together. People are nervous. They pull back. The economy pulls back. Growth begins to decelerate. In fact, reaching zero or worse. That is demonstrably the effect, in some degrees, from what happened in August 2011. It would likely happen again. And in fact, this time, perhaps worse. And already we're starting to see some of the warning signs. We're seeing banking institutions prepare for the worst. According to the Financial Times on October 3rd, 2013, one senior executive said his bank was delivering 20 to 30% more cash than usual in case panicked customers tried to withdraw funds en masse. The move to source extra cash is a precaution to deal with an unnecessary upturn in demand, banks said. Banks are also holding daily emergency meetings to discuss other steps, including possible free overdrafts for customers relying on Social Security payments from the government. But this potential consumer dash for cash is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to entirely avoidable self-inflicted economic wounds if we get close to, and certainly if we do not raise the ceiling in default. According to The Economist, the noted British magazine, treasuries are more than 30% of the collateral that financial institutions such as investment banks use to borrow in the $2 trillion tri-party repo market. That's the source of overnight funding for most large financial institutions and many other institutions. A default could trigger demands by lenders for more or different collateral. That might cause a financial heart attack like the one prompted by the collapse of Lehman Brothers in 2008. We just barely understand the interrelationships of all these different financial instruments and financial markets. But this is not the only financial instrument that could be affected. Money market funds are prime source of investment by thousands of Americans, both institutions and individuals. And according to the Federal Reserve's September 25th, 2013 statistical release on the financial accounts of the United States, money market funds in the second quarter of 2013 hold $449 billion of U.S. Treasuries. Now, back in 2011, Matthew E. Zames, the Chief Operating Officer for J.P. Morgan Chase, and the chair of the Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee, which offers observations to the Treasury Department on the overall strength of the U.S. economy, as well as providing recommendations on a variety of technical debt management issues, wrote to, at that time, Secretary Geithner and expressed concern of in his words, Mr. Zames, a run on money market funds, as was the case in September 2008 after the Lehman failure. In the event of a Treasury default, I think, in his words, it is likely that at least one fund could be forced to halt redemptions or conceivably break the buck. Since money fund investors are primarily focused on overnight liquidity, even a single fund halting redemption would likely cause a broader run on money funds. And from the same 2011 Treasury Borrowing Advisory Committee level, I would also note, again, quote, because Treasuries have historically been viewed as the world's safest asset, they are the most widely used collateral in the world and underpin large parts of the financial markets. A default could trigger a wave of margin calls and a widening of haircuts on collateral, which in turn could lead to deleveraging and a sharp drop in lending. What he is saying is essentially, not just in the United States, but worldwide, this could have a huge, immediate, unpredictable global effect on markets everywhere, causing deleveraging, causing a sharp drop in lending, causing confusion and uncertainty. And one thing we, I think, should recognize, particularly after the events of 2008, markets do not like uncertainty. And when things are uncertain, they pull back. And if the expectation is it's a declining market, there's a premium for the institution or individual that can get out first. And when they start getting out, people notice. And then you have the stampede to the door. So the consequences that are possible are staggering. And yet we hear so many of our colleagues glibly sort of talking this off as, well, we don't get our way on certain aspects of this bill or that bill. We're going to default on the debt of the United States. I think the approach is very, very dangerous. And we're seeing already some indications in financial markets that these factors are beginning to affect economic behavior. Again, from the Financial Times on October 3rd, money market funds dumped October Treasury bills on Thursday. And the first sign of investor unease that Washington may not raise the federal debt ceiling in the coming weeks and risk triggering a technical default by the United States on its Treasury debt. From the Institute of International Finance this month, a well-respected organization, just when the global economy is showing signs of stabilization, with Europe emerging from recession and geopolitical risks in the Middle East seem to be subsiding, consumer and investor confidence could be tested by a range of political and policy uncertainties. What is truly unprecedented is a possible, but still unlikely, and I hope that's the case, unlikely, combination of government shutdown and failure to lift the current $16.7 trillion debt ceiling by October 17. The impact of such a failure of political leadership on business, consumer, and investor confidence is difficult to say and could lead to further downgrades of the U.S. sovereign debt. Reflecting credit risk, 5 years CDS, credit default swaps, the insurance that financial institutions take out on these instruments, these CDS spreads for the U.S. have risen by 45% in the past 3 weeks to 33 basis points and could test or exceed the previous high of 62 basis points. That is an indication that the market is getting very nervous about what we're doing. These rising rates aren't good for the United States. They mean that the market is beginning to look at default as a possibility, and the risk is being written into the instruments that they are providing in terms of insurance, if you will, on U.S. Treasuries and other securities. Now, on October 17th, the extraordinary measures the Department of Treasury has had to employ since May 19 will be exhausted. The Treasury Secretary has told us that. On that day, Treasury will have to approximately, in their view, $30 billion on hand to meet the government's daily expenditures, which can be as high as $60 billion. That $60 billion figure represents payments for the nation's bills on things like Social Security, Medicare, national defense, and education. However, some Tea Party Republicans have started to dismiss this issue and say, well, we're planning to limit the fallout, and we shouldn't be blamed for it because we have a plan. They call for what they argue prioritization, where some of the U.S. bills are paid and others are not. But their plan for prioritization is just another version of default. Indeed, the House passed legislation that would prioritize payments. However, in a letter to Speaker Boehner, the Department of Treasury made it clear that prioritizing payments, quote, would not protect the full faith and credit of the United States, and that prioritization is simply default by another name. It's shocking to witness the length some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are willing to go in order to win political points and gain negotiating leverage. They are threatening the economic well-being of every American by refusing to do something, at least at this point, as essential as paying the nation's bills. Paying the nation's bills should be a routine matter. There's no alternative. Congress has always done so. Since 1960, Congress has acted to prevent a default on the debt 78 times, 49 of which were under Republican presidents. Indeed, President Reagan said in 1983 that, quote, the full consequences of default, or even the serious prospect of default by the United States are impossible to predict and awesome to contemplate. And regrettably, because of some, particularly colleagues in the House of Representatives, there is a serious prospect of default, something President Reagan warned us against. And he also, I think, quite rightly pointed out, it's impossible to predict. And the markets, frankly, are much more complicated, much more interrelated, much more driven by technology today than in 1983, decades ago. Automated computerized trading was not a common feature of markets in 1983. Today it is. Today, algorithms have got programs that look for declines in products and then begin to sell. Not an individual broker who says, listen, I know this is going to be worked out in a couple hours. It's a machine. And we've seen these machines go haywire. There is a real possibility that initial reaction to a technical default in the debt could trigger some of this trading in a way that even the people who built these elaborate algorithms don't fully understand. This is very serious, more serious today than in 1983. But President Reagan's words were prescient then, and decisive then, and right then, and they're the same today. So this shouldn't be a negotiating chip, this default. Speaker Boehner's threat to default in order to extract dollar-for-dollar cuts to programs, to make changes in this program, that program, is risking the economic viability of the United States and indeed the world's financial community. Also, the speaker suggested, well, we've always done it this way. He said, every major effort to deal with the deficit over the past 30 years has been tied to the debt limit. It's not supported by the facts. Over the past 30 years, 77% of laws passed by Congress to pay for spending already accrued were not statutorily linked to deficit reductions or budget reform. 77% were simply, we've got to extend the debt ceiling, we'll do it. We always have. Furthermore, several of the deficit reduction measures identified by Speaker Boehner as tied to paying our nation's bills included significant new revenue. According to the U.S. Treasury estimates, the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1990 raised $126.6 billion over 4 years. And the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 raised $188 billion in new revenue over 4 years. I don't see the Speaker summing up and saying, we have a plan. We're going to make adjustments here on the spending side and on the revenue side, and then we're going to tie it to the debt ceiling. No. In fact, this discussion of revenue increases or revenue positions, spending cuts, all of this is not appropriate for the debt ceiling discussion. It's appropriate for the conference on the budget. We have had a budget in the Senate since March, and we have been prevented from going to conference with the House Republicans by members on this side. And there is a bipartisan demand, really, because many of my colleagues on the Republican side have suggested that we go to conference, say that's the appropriate way to deal with this issue, not threatening the world and the American people with default on our debts, but doing it in regular order, taking up the budget, talking about revenues, talking about changes to programs, talking about continued efforts to reduce our deficit, talking about growing the economy, because that ultimately is the best way to reduce the deficit. Now, you can't expect, as the speaker implied in his sort of citing, well, every time we do one of these deficit debt ceilings, we have some revenue, et cetera. That's not going to be the case from what I sense from the other side. So we have, I think, a real challenge before us. And the challenge is that there seems to be this blasé attitude in some respects, particularly on the House, among certain of their members, that so what? We default. Well, other countries have defaulted, and they've seen the consequences. We saw something like it in August of 2011. But Greece, for example, and it's very difficult to compare the two economies, and I don't want to suggest that our experience will mimic their experience. It's a much smaller economy. It does not have an independent currency. It is tied to the euro. But their debt in 2012 was basically challenged. The International Swaps and Derivatives Association determined that they had technically defaulted on their sovereign debt. This would trigger credit default swaps being called. One estimate of the net notional value of the Greek credit default swaps at the time was about $3.2 billion. But in that economy, that was a significant number. And according to a Forbes article from March 9, 2012, while no one expects the Greek settlement to have systematic implications, it does set the precedent for any subsequent restructurings, which could take on added importance if big troubled peripherals like Spain or Italy take a turn for the worse. Well, the Greek situation, as I said, is not even closely identical to ours. In fact, because of the size of our economy, because of the ubiquity of U.S. treasuries across the globe, and so many different instruments, and so many different institutions, it could be much, much, much worse. But the Greek example does demonstrate there are consequences to default. The Wall Street Journal on September 7th pointed out, since tipping into recession in 2008, Greece's economy has shrunk by more than 20% from its peak, while successive waves of austerity measures since the start of the Greek debt crisis in 2009 have helped push tens of thousands of businesses into bankruptcy and sent unemployment to a record around 27%. And the Pew Center reports that unemployment among young Greeks under 25 years old skyrocketed to 62% in June of 2013. Now, austerity, in some respects, is another word for contracting government spending, contracting government engagement in the economy. Well, this is a mini austerity program for the last 5 days, because we have contracted government contributions to the economy. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers furloughed. Additional private sector contractees furloughed. Extraordinary means to shutting down the government. And these measures will lead, I think, inevitably to the contraction we've seen in other places. Holding the full faith and credit of the United States hostage to appease a handful of irresponsible and reckless House members who are fighting battles that have already been lost several times is not what democracy is about. I urge immediate action to get our government up and running and our bills paid. And then we can focus on a more pressing need, creating jobs, opportunity, and prosperities for families in my state of Rhode Island and across this nation. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I'm grateful to the senior senator from Rhode Island for his statement. I've watched every word of it from my office. He is such a great asset to the state of Rhode Island and our country. His military background and his experience on the Banking Committee and Armed Services. Very few people have the wisdom that he has. I would also note with the presiding officer, I also had the good fortune to be able to watch the presiding officer's presentation this afternoon. It was also quite remarkably good. Mr. President, in closing today, I want to read just a very brief statement from a Nevada publication. Headline, Nevada residents are calling their Obama hotline in tears, desperate for health coverage. Uninsured Americans in Nevada are so desperate to get health coverage under Obamacare that many are calling the state's new insurance marketplace in tears. Kevin Walsh, a senior Xerox official who heads a department that's helping some states maintain their online Obamacare marketplace and call centers, told Bloomberg Business Week that many people had contacted Nevada's Obama hotline with just raw emotion. Within the first hour that the marketplace opened on Tuesday, Nevada has an adult insurance rate of 27%. I'm sorry, an adult uninsurance rate of 27%, the fifth highest in the country. They were calling up saying, "Can I get my coverage today so I can see my doctor this afternoon?" That is in one sense moving, but also frustrating, because sure, you can sign up, but the coverage won't be effective until January 1st. Uninsured Americans and those with costly or skimpy health plans have been rushing to sign up for health coverage under the law, although technical glitches have delayed enrollment process for some of them. Those who have successfully enrolled say they're pleased with the new coverage they're getting beginning in January. Even some ardent Republicans and Obamacare skeptics who signed up for coverage are admitting that the law will be a financial boon to them and give them peace of mind. Butch Matthews, a lifelong Republican and initial proponent of repealing the law, said this: I will end up saving $13,000 a year in medical costs. I'm still a very strong Republican, but I'm so happy that this came along. Mr. President, it's this way all over America this week. It reminds a number of us, as I've heard others say here on the floor, and I learned personally from a man that started Google. They had problems when that started. They didn't believe that many people were interested in the information that they could give. It's about 9 million people this week have got online to find out about this Obamacare. Mr. President, this has been very, very successful. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent at a time to be determined by me, with the concurrence of Senator McConnell, the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar numbers 206, 207, that there be 30 minutes for debate equally divided in the usual form, that upon the use or reading back of that time, the Senate proceed to vote with no intervening action or debate on the nominations in the order listed. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motion be in order, that any related statements be printed on the record, and that President Obama be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume the legislative session.
Without objection.
There are two bills at the desk due for second reading.
Clerk will read the titles of the bills for the second time.
H.R. 3230, an act making continuing appropriations for a government shutdown and so forth and for other purposes. House Joint Resolution 72, making continuing appropriations for veterans benefits for fiscal year 2014 and for other purposes.
In order to place these bills on the calendar under Rule 14, I would like to do that, but I object to any further proceedings to both these measures.
The objection having been heard, the bills will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I understand that there are 3 more measures on the desk due for their first reading.
Clerk will read the titles of the measures for the first time.
H.R. 3223, an act to provide for the compensation of furloughed federal employees. House Joint Resolution 75, making continuing appropriations for the Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for women, infants, and children for fiscal year 2014 and for other purposes. House Joint Resolution 85, making continuing appropriations for the Federal Emergency Management Agency for fiscal year 2014 and for other purposes.
I now ask for second reading, but object to my own request to all 3 of these measures.
Objection having been heard on block. The bills will receive their second reading on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent when the Senate completes its business day to adjourn at 2 p.m. on Monday, October 7th. Following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired. The journal proceedings be approved to date. Time for the 2 leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. And that following any leader remarks, the Senate be in a period of morning business for debate only until 5 p.m. with senators permitted to speak for 10 minutes each. That at 5 p.m. the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendars number 204 and 205 as provided under previous order.
Without objection.
There will be a roll call vote then, Mr. President, 5:30 on Monday. Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask it adjourn under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 2 p.m. on Monday.